welcome to America's Day at the Races, a special Monday edition on this Independence Day weekend. Our program, as always, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today is Acacia Courtney and Andy Serling join you on what has turned out to be a beautiful day. We've had a great weekend, Andy, and some more stakes action coming up today.
I agree. Excited about today's stakes action, the Grand Couturier, race number 6. See if Gufo can get his act together, putting blinkers on for the first time, and first captain in the Dwyer, a heavy favorite, and look to see if he or anyone in that race really can stamp their ticket to move on to bigger races up in Saratoga to see if they are ready to face the top 3-year-olds.
Looking forward to all of that action coming up today, and we do kick off the live racing with the two-year-old fillies sprinting on turf in the opener here, as we have the New York breds taking center stage. And currently a couple of horses taking money. One first-time starter, Flip My Id, a filly by Freud for Mike Maker, and the one with experience, No Time Alone, second time out for Wesley Ward.
Clever name for the number 1, sired by Freud. And you know, this is one of those rare times that the board makes sense. They're not going overboard for any horse in here because there's really little form to go on. Only the 6, No Time Alone, has even started, and that horse started in the dirt. They're running on the turf, 5 furlongs in the turf. And No Time Alone does have turf pedigree, Flynshire, the sire, but also the Dam, a multiple winner on the turf as well. And the one, Flip My Id, is a Freud. The second Dam was trained by the late, great Dominic Galuccio. She was a turf winner, not much in the first family, but there's nothing about any of the horses near it you go, this one is clearly the one to beat.
Agreed, as Mike Maker trained the Dam of the one, Flip My Id, as well. She was well beaten in both of her starts, sprinting on dirt. We'll see how this filly does do. The first 3 foals from that mare were all winless. The last one did win once going long on dirt, so we'll see, as that is currently your 9-5 favorite. Irad Ortiz may play a little part as well.
Yeah, I imagine that probably is the deciding factor in that, and that's understandable. His horses seem to run pretty well. Seeing some money for Flattery's Music, Linda Rice's first-time star. She's not particularly proficient with first-time stars, especially going short on the turf, although she does very well with those. The first foal from the Dam, it's really all dirt. You don't look at Flatter, Dam, McLean's Music, the sire, and big McLean's Music fans up here. Not necessarily, though, with 2-year-old firsters going 5 furlongs, but at the end of the day, a lot of it's a guessing game. Whether or not any of these horses are going to go on and do big things, that remains to be seen.
7-2 on that firster from Linda Rice. Flattery's Music, the 2 Beautiful Banks, goes out for Dave Donk, who we did see have a nice 2-year-old first-time starter a couple weeks ago. This one a little bit more of a dirt pedigree as well.
And these are good races also to watch and take some notes, because we're going to see these horses maybe at 5.5 or even the longer distances up at Saratoga. Experience counts, and you never know when you're going to see some sneaky trip that you're going to end up cashing a nice ticket up in Saratoga. So whether you're betting or involved, pay attention to races like this.
2-year-old fillies sprinting on turf here in the opener. They're having a little bit of trouble getting the 6, No Time Alone, and the 7, Uni Loves a Fight, into the starting gate. That filly by Unified, first-time starter with Dylan Davis aboard, very revved up behind the starting gate, as she has been throughout all the preliminaries. But in she goes as we send it up to John Embrial with the call.
And the rough. Flip My Id, Our Tiny Dancer. And on the outside, No Time Alone. Our Tiny Dancer has a head in front of No Time Alone. Flip My Id is now back running in 3rd. Uni Loves a Fight on the outside in 4th, 4 lengths back to Beautiful Banks. Flattery's Music is the trailer in 6th as they race around the far turn. Our Tiny Dancer on the inside and No Time Alone on the outside. They are heads apart for the lead. They've got 2 lengths on the duo of Uni Loves a Fight and Flip My Id down towards the hedge. The quarter went in 23 seconds as the field heads for home. Our Tiny Dancer is holding on to the lead over No Time Alone, and on the outside, here comes Flip My Id. Flip My Id now up to grab the lead. It's Flip My Id in front. Then Our Tiny Dancer, No Time Alone, and Flattery's Music. First-time starter, Flip My Id, wins the opener. And it's a photo for second between No Time Alone and Our Tiny Dancer.
First time starter, the money was right on the one. Flip My Id, daughter of Freud, wins it first asking.
Yeah, surprisingly good effort from the long shot Our Tiny Dancer, but there was Irad Ortiz sitting in that garden spot behind horses, and you could see right here Irad had a nice hold on his horse, the one Flip My Id, and it's just a question of whether or not he ultimately is going to have horse. Well, when he let this filly roll, she did have horse, and she actually was a kind of impressive winner. How strong the race was? Well, 58.69, and of course it has a little bit of give in it. That's not bad for these horses, and this was a nice, promising start for Flip My Id. Congrats to William J. Butler, who was the breeder and owner of this horse as well, along with trainer Mike Maker. It feels like a 6, No Time Alone, got up for second at the end. The favorites running 1-2, but a nice win for the winner.
Solid effort, as you mentioned, from that long shot first-time starter, Our Tiny Dancer, a filly by Union Jackson, who looks like she held on for third. But the one Flip My Id, as you mentioned, owned and bred by William Butler. Always rewarding, too, to see people that have invested in the New York Bred program to breed a horse and to see them get the win rewarded on the racetrack, too.
Right, I agree. I mean, we want to see anyone that's investing in our game do well, and obviously not the exclusion of anybody. But I agree, especially, you know, with the New York Bred programs, because we're going to see a lot of our homebreds will see here will be New York breds, and I agree. People that are listen, we respect and appreciate everyone that supports our games, whether at the windows or owning horses, but I agree, seeing them homebreds, and I have to imagine there is a certain satisfaction when you win with a homebred.
It's like your child, kind of. It's not easy. There's a lot of waiting time as well. Maybe you pick out the mating. Maybe you own the mare. You have to wait a little while until they're 2-year-olds until they make it to the track if you haven't sold them first, too. So a lot that can happen between the start and the race. So that's for sure of getting a horse to the racetrack. But
also,
congratulations.
Want to mention the 4 Flattery's Music finished a well-beaten 4th, but did rally after breaking slowly a first for Linda Rice. Her horses often run much better the second time out, so keep that one in mind going forward.
Keep watching those trips, as Andy mentioned, for those 2-year-olds as we move to Saratoga, but maybe some races especially to watch as we move to Saratoga, and that includes the Dwyer Grade 3 coming up a little bit later on. Race 8 on today's program, and you do have a 1-2 favorite on the morning line, and that's a horse that's undefeated as of yet. First Captain, sold for $1.5 million as a yearling, and he certainly has shown tenacity in his 2 starts to date.
This is a horse that's suggesting that he may be well worth that $1.5 million, and it's a tricky game spending that kind of money. But America the Dam, she wanted to run all day and was a bit of a plotter. Obviously, Curlin, a massively successful racehorse and sire, but he's got a lot of speed. I mean, he's won now at 7 furlongs at a mile. He beat a very good horse in Mahamo in his first start. Repo Rocks, who was third, came back to break his maiden 2 races later. Hometown, the horse who had him headed, and he came back on to beat, is a very solid runner for trainer Chad Brown. This is a horse that's been unusually battle tested for a horse with just 2 starts. And listen, everybody in here, particularly this one, is looking to use this race as potentially a stepping stone to races like the Jim Dandy and the Travers at Saratoga. And you spend that kind of money and you get these kind of performances the first 2 races out of the box, you have every right to dream.
Absolutely makes you excited moving forward. You have Snowhouse, who won his last 2 for 2 on the dirt for Brad Cox. Also Gershwin, who won the off the turf Grade 3 Penn Mile last time out, the brother to Mystic Guide.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Gershwin's the second choice. Now, David Aragona, anytime I disagree with his lines, he ends up being right and end up looking foolish. But I thought Snowhouse, the number 5 for Brad Cox, a Juddmonte runner, was clearly the other horse in the race. Didn't beat a particularly strong field last time, but I think that race a little better than it looks. And I thought he was the potentially biggest challenger to First Captain, who's way the horse to beat.
The other stake on the day is not graded, but certainly could be. Unfortunately, we did have a few scratches in this race, but going 1.5 miles on the turf for the Grand Couturier. As we take a look at Gufo, he comes out of 4 Grade 1 races, one of which he won in the Belmont Derby. The blinkers go on today.
Yeah, and obviously the hope is the blinkers make him focus a little bit. He drifted out top of the stretch last time, and you're going to see in this race, he basically had this race won, and he really did sort of hang on the money, and it's not the only isolated situation of him getting there and not sealing the deal. A little bit in the Saratoga Derby last year, same thing in the Hollywood Derby. He was losing to domestic spending in those races, who is the best turf horse in the country. So it's not as though he's losing to bad horses. Hopefully the blinkers will help put him over the top. Christophe Clement obviously using this race as a prep for the Grade 1 Sword Dancer on Travers Day in Saratoga.
This race changed, I think, with the scratches, though. As far as the pace is concerned, I think you think that there's a scenario where Tie to the Sea could potentially just take him gate to wire?
Yeah, I changed my picks here when I saw the scratches
Okay.
to Tie the Sea, and he's obviously not the horse to beat, but he is the controlling speed, and at times when he's been able to control on the front end, he's run well enough to be competitive in races like this. It changed dramatically for Gufo because Burning Bright had speed, and he scratched. The 4 Epic Bromance had speed, and he scratched. And actually, one of Gufo's main challengers, Moon Over Miami, was a late scratch as well. Now, he didn't have speed, but he was a major player in here. The race changed a bit, but Red Knight, Saddler's Joy, Gufo, these are all proven great at stakes
Absolutely.
performers.
Absolutely. That is a salty matchup coming up a little bit later on as we take a look at what else is on tap today. At Belmont Park, we still have races 2 through 9 to come, including that Dwyer and the Grand Couturier. We are fast on the main track, good on the turf course. We had some rain, but luckily it turned out to be a beautiful day yesterday afternoon for our stakes action, and it is bright and sunny and an absolutely gorgeous afternoon today as well. You can play along with all of the action by signing up for NYRA Bets. Play along with us and earn up to a $200 deposit match bonus. New members can use promo code MATCH200 when signing up and earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and join now at NYRABets.com to get that $200 deposit match. Race 1 in the books. The 2-year-old fillies on turf. It went to the number 1, a daughter of Freud, well named, Flip My Id. Ridden to victory by Irad Ortiz, trained by Mike Maker.
Yeah, got the job done fairly impressively. A nice trip. Decent efforts by the second and third horses, but nice to see the owner, breeder, William J. Butler, get the win.
Congratulations to him as we are here standing by with our Richard Magliori in the winner's circle.
Thanks, Acacia. And I'm here with Buck Butler. You bred this filly. Now, it's always fun to win, but it has to be even more satisfying when you've planned the mating, bred the mare, and seen this to fruition to the winner's circle.
Absolutely. I mean, you go through all the trials and tribulations of breeding a horse, and you get it to this point, and you don't know what you've got, and we got to find out. We got to find out in a hurry.
Was there any talk about how she was trained and that she would be very competitive first time?
To be very frank with you, when we brought her up from Florida, we talked about Mike Maker having to work his magic, and it looks like he did. So
And
I gotta stroke him every once in a while.
well, he does a good job, in particular with these turf runs. But how many horses do you breed roughly a year?
About 7, 8 a year, depending on the year, of course.
And the New York breeding program is just such an outstanding.
Exclusively. It's a wonderful program, and I've really come to enjoy the people and coming out to the track.
Well, I see you had family here today with these grandchildren.
Grandchildren, and that's what makes it all so well worth it. The youngest one wanted to see Pop's horse run, so that's why we're here.
Well, not only see Pop's horse run, so Pop's horse win and get their picture taken at Belmont Park, and these are the backbone of the New York breeding program, people like Mr. Butler.
Thank you.
Interview. Richie, thank you. Congratulations to Mr. Butler, and great to see his family getting a win picture taken today, too. That's what it's all about.
I'm afraid the entire show is going to be downhill from here. I think we've peaked already at about 112. That was great. I mean, you know, I've seen the name, and of course,
Yes.
Richie knows Buck Butler, and now we all know. And now we know the face. I've never met him,
Me neither.
and I've seen his name with horses for many, many years, and that was a really great way to start our day, and really exciting for him, and having the grandchildren out as well. What a great way to begin our racing program here on the sort of Independence Day holiday.
Absolutely. Look at that. Everybody looking great and well dressed for the winner's circle picture.
Yeah.
Congratulations to the family. Love seeing things like that. My family's out at the track today, too, which was
That's
going to be
great.
fun. Yeah, looking forward to spending some time with them later
Are
on.
they coming on the show? Do any of them
I
want
don't-
to take my spot for a while?
We'll put my Aunt Bobby
me
in the
know.
chair instead and see what happens. But we will also recap the things that happened here yesterday. Some upsets once again in our graded stakes, and also some exciting photo finishes. We'll talk more about it. There's Mind Control getting his picture taken in the John A. Nehru.
Eclipse champion Blaine. Among sires with less than 10 crops, he has more Grade 1 winners than any stallion standing under $100,000, including Grade 1 winners Nadal, Marley's Freedom, Fault, Abscond, and French Classic winner Singa, plus these recent standout performers. With success on the track and with yearlings bringing up to $400,000, this proven son of Arch is truly a gold value stallion. Blaine, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Acacia Courtney, Andy Serling, and Richard Migliori. Very happy to have you along with us on this July 4th weekend extravaganza as we continue on today. But yesterday, Andy, some big performances as we did have the Grade 2 John A. Nehrude in Grade 2 pay tribute to a gentleman who's such a big part of racing. And I think the horses certainly put on some fireworks in his name as we take a look at the start of the race.
No, I agree. I love the history of the game as much as anybody, and people like John Nehrude are kind of people, Alan Jerkins, that made the game as great as it is. And this was really a terrific matchup. And Frenzy Fire is a terrific, honest horse that always runs well. But Mind Control's a horse who's run very well in many races as well. And switching to Todd Pletcher, I think the biggest difference, and not to suggest that Todd isn't a great trainer as well, but they were aggressive with him. I think that Todd and John Velasquez clearly understood that they needed to make Frenzy Fire work early, because if they didn't do that, they were never going to catch him in the lane. It wasn't a particularly fast pace, roughly 23 and 46. Mind Control took it to him, held a narrow advantage, and basically never ceded that advantage. An excellent horse race between really nice old pros. And Mind Control, we've seen him for a long time in his 5-year-old year. He's a really terrific racehorse. Won Grade 1s as a 2-year-old and a 3-year-old, and he'll be looking to see if he can add to that in Saratoga.
He gathered some fans when he started out his career as a 2-year-old for sure. Just kind of a honest horse that showed up every time, and we've seen that from Frenzy Fire as well. And I have to say, and I'm a Frenzy Fire fan, but I love stretch battles like this. Two tough, talented horses that really threw it down.
I completely agree with you, and I think you have to respect both of these horses.
Absolutely.
And they're horses that have shown up in many big races. They more often than not run reasonably well. And I think, Mind Control, it's not as though his form had declined so badly. He finished a distant second in the Grade 1 Carter behind Mischievous Alex, who will have to meet in either or the Vanderbilt or Forgo in Saratoga. But he's one of the top sprinters in the country, and he ran a 98 Beyer that day, only 1 point lower than the Beyer he ran yesterday. So there's still a lot of fight in him.
Yeah. 5-year-old horse by Stay Thirsty, Frenzy Fire. The 6-year-old, that was a Breeders' Cup win and your in race to the Breeders' Cup Sprint, but hoping we'll get a chance to see those two rematch again, maybe in Saratoga. We also had the Manila on the turf, and it seems like Luis Saez had really figured out that turf course and getting a horse comfortable in the front end. He did the same thing with the race prior with Faya, and he put Original right on the front end and got him comfortable.
We knew there was no speed besides Original going in. Still didn't make me smart enough to pick him, and Luis Saez took full advantage. Flavien Prat had gotten the second place finisher Public Sector into the game against Original on Belmont Stakes weekend, and he was able to grind him down. Public Sector had way too much to do in this race, and I'm not sure what happened that he wasn't a little bit more forward in here, especially since he used that to perfection and the pace was so slow. It likely cost Public Sector. I think a nice performance by both the first two finishers in here. Both of them will head to Saratoga. We'll see if they run in races like the Hall of Fame or Saranac, or if they believe their connections they can stretch out and face tougher horses in the now Grade 1 Saratoga Derby.
Game performance from Original, that cult by Quality Road for John Terranova, and John saying, you know, he'd already handled a course with some give in it, and that speed, a very dangerous weapon. And it was a good day once again for that man, Luis Saez, who's continued to ride in top form.
Yeah, well, he's a good rider.
Yes, he is, absolutely. Many of them here in the Jocks Room in New York are good riders. A fun day yesterday for the Sunday Stakes. We've got a lot more stakes action still to come today and next week at Belmont, or I should say later on this week at Belmont Park for the final week of the meet. We get ready, though, right now for race number 2 here at Belmont Park, and that does include this $30,000 claiming event. There's trainer Bruce Levine with the 2 Posse Can Disco, who'll try to take them wire to wire with Luis Saez aboard.
Structor and Jose Ortiz. J1 is a Breeders' Cup champ.
And Avenge has won the Del Mar Futurity.
Too close to goal.
It is Practical Joke in the end.
Preservation. And here she comes.
Holiday with a front.
Resorts World New York City, where New Yorkers play. 6,500 slots. Stay and play. Resorts World New York City.
Want to get your career in horse racing off to a fast start? The University of Arizona's Racetrack Industry program is your winning ticket. If you want to earn a degree in the exciting horse racing industry, the Racetrack Industry program can put you in the winner's circle.
Definitely be looking at Always Dreaming yearlings. Florida Derby's always been a key stallion-making race. Constitution, Scat Daddy, Quality Road.
The 2017 Florida Derby to Always Dreaming.
I see a lot of similarities in Constitution and Always Dreaming. They're a little more angular, aerodynamic, and athletic than some of the other stallions by those sire lines. Always Dreaming offers that athleticism, and I think he can reproduce that into his babies.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Central Banker is a Grade 2 winner whose well-balanced good looks have helped fill his books every season at McMahon Thoroughbreds of Saratoga. And now that his runners have proved themselves on the track, breeders are beating a path to his court.
Breeders gravitate towards consistency and a sure bet. It's an uncertain world out there. COVID adds to the mix. And, you know, Central Banker in our regional program and even in abroad has really helped breeders find sure footing.
McMahon points out that fourth-year sire Central Banker ranks in the top 10 nationally. Central Banker progeny have earned nearly $9 million, and not just in the Empire State. This past December, his 4-year-old daughter Nico's Dream won the My Charmer Stakes at Gulfstream Park.
And they're off.
That same day, another first-crop runner, Bankit, took the Alex M. Robb Stakes back at Aqueduct.
Bankit has taken the lead.
That win was Bankit's third stakes win and brought his earnings up to more than $800,000.
Every single Central Banker foal comes out very well balanced, medium big size with good bone. They train easy. They are not too wild as youngsters, just wild enough as 2-year-olds.
You can visit nybreds.com for more information on the New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund. A couple of New York breds in this second race coming up, including the number 3 Litter Box, who is by Central Banker. as that horse is currently 8-1. We get to call 4 riders up, though, for race 2 as we head down to the paddock. Get a paddock report from Richie.
Casey, it's an absolutely lovely day here in the paddock at Belmont Park. Nice shady trees, beautiful horses. No place I'd rather be on a beautiful afternoon like this on this 4th of July weekend. Talk about horses. We'll start with the 5 Feast shipping in for Juan Vasquez. Ran last time on the turf. Ran, fairly well. Showed some speed and, stopped. But I like him getting back to the dirt, and I really like the way he's turned out. He would win the paddock pick just from appearance. Now, obviously, there's a lot more to it. Ultimately, if you like a horse on paper and then they look as good as Feast looks here in the paddock, that's the perfect scenario. But I'm going to watch him warm up before I make a final decision, but really love what I'm seeing from the 5 Feast from a physical perspective. And the 6 Extreme Force, who's dropping in class. Well turned out, and you don't expect anything less from a horse coming from Steve Asmussen's stable. Steve now less than 40 wins away from becoming the all-time leading trainer in history. I think he's about 37 now behind Dale Baird. Got to keep up on that because it's going to be a countdown as we get closer to Saratoga. And only we can hope, Acacia and Andy, that he does it in Saratoga. Gives us a good storyline.
Yeah, that would be a lot of fun for us to follow. I'm sure we'll have the countdown.
The good news is he's only running about 9 tracks concurrently.
That's
so
true.
It's at least a 10% chance it'll
as soon
happen
as
in
he
Saratoga.
gets close, we'll probably stop him in his tracks, though,
Right.
too. It's normally how it
that
happens
always
when we talk
happens,
about
right.
it on the show.
How long was poor Bill Mott stuck on,
yes.
what was it? Was he going for his 5,000th win?
Yes, yeah,
Yeah,
for
and I think
5,000.
we stuck him there for about a month.
We'll kick off the post parade, though, starting with the number 1, Magnificent Chrome.
He ran well enough when he broke his maiden to be competitive here. The rest of his races, not so much.
Here's the 2 Posse Can Disco. Louis Sai is aboard.
Looking to get a winner for Bruce Levine. Hasn't run over 3 months. He's got one style, and that's go and try to hold off the field.
Tried to take them gate to wire. Here's that son of Central Banker, Litterox.
He gets back to the dirt after unsuccessfully trying the turf. He's not impossible, and it's the first time for Gary Siaka he's been on the dirt.
Next will be the number 4, Maddie's Marauder, trying to get back to that race 2 back.
Was running against way too tough a field last time out. His maiden win was another race that once again makes him competitive in this spot.
He's 5-1, as is the 5 Feast. I think that's a generous price on this horse.
I like the number 5 Feast, going turf to dirt for a second start off a layoff. He ran fast enough to break his maiden at Gulfstream Park West and ran a killer field the next time out. I think he's very dangerous.
The blinkers go back on today as well, as here's that Steve Asmussen runner, Extreme Force.
I understand why he's favored. He's run much faster races than these horses, but he's also 1 for 12. He's got declining form shipping in from Churchill Downs. His last race was awful. Yes, he ran against better horses, but he did absolutely no running, and I get it. He's the horse to beat. He has a number of races that will smother this field, but he's also got recent races that don't make him necessarily better than anybody in here, and he's 4 to 5. Irad Ortiz, shipping in a new face. I get all that, but I think he's very vulnerable. Horse to beat, no question about it, but I think he's vulnerable.
Seemed to have some promise at one time as the brother to Breeders' Cup winner spun to run. See if he finds the right place today. You can follow along and get all of the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances on all of the races on today's show. We take a look at the 2 Posse Can Disco, another New York bred, this one by Posse. So we take a look at his last race, Andy, at Aqueduct, setting the pace, and he was on the lead the whole time, ended up finishing 3rd with some closers taking over. He's going to try to sustain that speed today.
Yeah, but he ran a 70 buyer speed figure, which would make him very tough in here. And Tiz Kaznau, who won, was a very obvious, logical horse in there. It was dropping down after facing better. And while Victory Built never seems to win, who finished 2nd, he consistently runs well enough to win races like this. He's dangerous. You know, Bruce Levine, when I printed these PPs, was 0 for 24. So obviously he has struggled this meet. But for my way of thinking, I don't know how much he's struggled as much as just run overmatched horses, because you look at this, and I think you may have felt similarly, gee, I didn't know Bruce Levine was 0 for 24.
No, I didn't think
and
that.
that's because he's probably been running horses that we just dismiss relatively out of hand because they were over their heads. It's not like he's running a lot of horses that are supposed to be winning that aren't getting it done. This horse probably one of his more logical starters of the meet.
Has Luis Saez aboard, an aggressive, good gate rider, taking advantage of horses with that natural speed. The number 5, Feast, though, he's not slow. He ran well in his debut at Gulfstream Park West, as you mentioned. And then our Mercedes boy who beat him next time out is a very, very fast horse that just ran them off their feet.
And he got involved in the pace with him. That's one of those horses trained by Georgina Baxter, who seems to lead South Florida in horses running off the screen in races and showing extreme speed. And he didn't even really run that badly, you know, in that race anyway. Then he comes up and they try the turf. It feels like a classic prep. I know he was favored last time. It's sort of surprising he was favored. I think he makes sense in here. And like the 6, he's a new face. And he may have some upside, whereas the 6. Now, let's also say he's trained by a guy, Juan Vasquez, who wins races out of town, but he is not having any success coming to New York. He's 0 for the meet here. He was 0 for Aqueduct, whereas Steve Asmussen, their barn is doing extremely well under Toby Sheets in New York, and it's Steve Asmussen.
Pulled the upset in the Suburban a couple days ago with Max Player. Feast, we'll see if he can upset the Asmussen cart today. Extreme Force, even money as we head trackside and check it again with Richie.
Yeah, Casey, I just want to talk about 2 horses, starting with the 2, Posse Candisco. You know, this horse has very good speed. There's potential this horse could get loose, and we've seen how dangerous speed could be. I just wonder if he won't be better for having a race. I think that maybe he could just tuck up a little bit more. Full disclosure, I don't have anything to compare it to because I don't know what he normally looks like, and maybe he's a horse that carries just a little bit more weight than average. But to me, it looks like he could tuck up a bit more, and I think he'll be better for a run. And the way I'm looking at the race is that the horse that might be in the closest proximity to him is the 5, Feast. And sometimes when a horse is on the lead and kind of gives it up and the other horse can assume the lead, they kind of blow up. They get confident. And I think Feast will be well placed just off of Posse Candisco. And if Posse Candisco isn't quite as fit as maybe he needs to be today, I think it benefits Feast. And I know I heard Andy likes him. So, Andy, maybe it's all we can eat with Feast.
I haven't exactly been feasting on winners this week, so I could definitely use one here. And I agree with all the things that Richie said. I have a similar feeling. He should be in a good stalking spot. And it's not, and there's a nice crowd here at Belmont Park, and it's great to see. It's a lovely day today, actually, after that lousy weather the first couple days of the weekend. It's really picked things up. And the thing is, Extreme Force can win this race, but he's a tough horse to take at a short price. I think when you first handicap the race, you go, oh, he's the new face, he's run better races, but man, his form is just declining, and we saw a lot of those races at Churchill. Now, he ran against much better horses. Osser, who beat him as a 3 Diamonds horse, a talented runner, but he didn't run particularly well in there. And yeah, he's the horse to beat, but I don't need him at a short price. I don't mind taking a shot against him.
Just 1 for 12 in his career. Let's see if he can make that 2 for 13 today. Irad Ortiz aboard for Steve Asmussen. Great to see so many families out this afternoon as well. We're sprinting on the main track. Everybody looking for the 2nd win of their career. Here's John Imbrial with the call of race 2 live at Belmont Park.
In the gate. And the rough. Posse Candisco, Feast. And on the outside, it's Extreme Force. Posse Candisco down at the rail, and Feast is right alongside. The 2 of them heads apart through the early going, and they've opened up 3 lengths now on Extreme Force, who's racing in 3rd. Magnificent Chrome is next in 4th. At the back of the pack, Litterbox and Matty's Marauder. As they go around the far turn, Feast has now taken over. It's Feast in front through a quarter in 22 seconds. Feast is the leader, stepping away to lead by 2.5 lengths. Posse Candisco and the favorite Extreme Force, they are heads apart 2nd and 3rd. Then it is Magnificent Chrome, followed by Matty's Marauder. Litter boxes down at the rail. They're all chasing Feast, who has a 4-length lead as they hit the quarter pole. Extreme Force in between horses and dropping back now. On the outside is Magnificent Chrome. Litter boxes come on through. Posse Candisco at the rail. It is Feast with a big lead and 1/8 of a mile to the finish. It is Feast in front. The lead is 6 lengths. Litterbox has moved into 2nd. But no threat to this winner. It is Feast and Jose Lezcano. Litterbox was 2nd. Extreme Force finished 3rd.
Feast gets the win here under Jose Lezcano. dipped down to 2-1, but he did it very easily here today, Andy.
They knew this horse going down to 2-1 in the last flash from 3-1. And Jose Lezcano was as confident as could be. He sat outside Postigan Disco for less than a quarter, and he said, I'm just gone. And honestly, this race was over 3/8 of a mile into it, and you could see the 6 Extreme Force was doing absolutely no running whatsoever. And he took a big step backwards, and it was a long way back to the others. Litterbox getting back to the dirt, getting second in this race, but Feast, he made a mockery of this field. I mean, this horse is so good, he won carrying me and the MiG.
Look at that. It was all you can eat after all. Now we know who's going to be hosting a feast, Richie.
Yeah, Feast was very good. He basically entertained Postigan Disco for 1/8 of a mile, and he was dragging Jose Lezcano to the lead and just set sail for home and was decidedly best and took all the late money, getting bet down to 2-1 here. Win that was never in doubt despite all that weight.
5-3-6 and a photo for 4th in the second at Belmont Park, as it looks like the 4 Maddie's Marauder did in fact get up for 4th. 2-1 on Feast, with the number 3 Litterbox, the son of Central Banker. He got second at 12-1.
Yeah, you got a nice ride from Eric, saving ground on the inside and angling out. Extreme Force came back on for 3rd. He looked like he was going to be eased top of the stretch.
He did. He looked like he steadied a little bit as he was backing up, and then seemed to come back a little bit more after that. But no doubt about the winner. There he is, Feast, the number 5 under Jose Lezcano, that Ridgeling son of Twirling Candy. It is Independence Day weekend, and we paid tribute to those who fought for our freedom, including an equine, not just a horse, but a Marine. Sergeant Reckless. We talk more about her after this.
The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words: breed shaper, plain and simple. 2-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin is just that. Breed shaper, Curlin, the classic sire.
Have a summer reunion like never before. Tickets to Saratoga Racecourse are on sale now. There's something for everyone at Saratoga, from the backyard picnic area to the 1863 Club. Saratoga Racecourse is the summer place to be. Every day this summer is jam-packed with excitement, featuring the best racing in the world. Secure your spot today for your return to Saratoga, July 15th through Labor Day. Visit NYRA.com/Saratoga for information and tickets.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Run Happy, champion sprinter who raced medication free, and he stands now in legendary stall number 1 at Claiborne Farm. In the second at Belmont Park, there was no doubt about the winner. It went to the number 5 Feast, ridden confidently by Jose Lezcano.
This race was basically all over around the turn as they headed the turn. He just disposed of Posick and Disco on the backstretch and opened up in the field. It was a one-horse race. The late money poured in on this horse, and the late money was right.
Picking up the second win of his career with those blinkers back on, Jose Lezcano into the winner's circle, who has continued to ride in top form since coming back from that shoulder surgery. Congratulations to the Connections. He pays $6.50, 12-1 on Litterbox in second as your favorite Extreme Force. Extreme Force will have to settle for third. Now it is Independence Day weekend. We've continued on with this July 5th special day of racing as we pay tribute to our country's freedom. And as always, we're incredibly grateful for those in uniform who fought for our freedom and our liberties that we're so privileged to have here in the United States. As we say thanks, though, that does include a certain equine, Sergeant Reckless, who, as they say, she was not just a horse, but a Marine.
Reckless was bred to be a racehorse, but sadly she never had a chance to race because her 2-year-old season, that's when the war broke out and racing was suspended. So instead of becoming a racehorse, she became America's greatest war horse.
I think what impresses me most about Reckless's story in the Korean War is that they bought this horse at a race park in Seoul and turned it into a combat enabler.
Lieutenant Eric Pedersen was the man who purchased Reckless for $250, and he was the commanding officer of the recoilless rifle platoon. They decided to put her through hoof camp, which was the equine version of boot camp.
We hear about on-the-job training. This was the epitome of it. Literally, this horse was trained to lie down under fire, to protect itself, it knew how to avoid obstacles and barbed wire, and truly after just a couple of show and tell on the fly routes, the horse would do it by herself.
They would take her up and down the hills to get her used to carrying the pack saddle and the ammunition on her back. These canisters of ammo were very large, and before Reckless came along, the men had to pack this themselves. The camaraderie between Reckless and her men was something special. She was the only animal in camp, and so the Marines became her herd, and she would follow them anywhere and everywhere. She would even sleep in their tents at night. She would follow them into the mess tent and eat breakfast and had bacon and eggs. Even after a battle, she would have a beer with the guys.
The fact that Marines could depend on the horse to do the resupply routes, that means it wasn't just a horse to them. It was somebody that they were in the fight with.
What started the battle for the Nevada cities is at 7 o'clock at night, 3,000 enemy soldiers descended upon 3 outposts in this area. Reckless's men were guarding Outpost Vegas. They, of course, were overrun, and so Reckless's mission began that next morning. Started loading her up with 6 rounds at a time. By the middle of the day, she was up to 8 rounds at a time. She knew what her job was, she knew where her men were, and she would go up to the guns by herself.
There are stories of up to 50 times in one operation that she ran a supply route by herself. That frees up Marines for combat and for other things. So I believe that that's the most impressive part about the horse.
She carried 386 rounds of recoilless rifle ammunition. That's over 9,000 pounds on her back. Incoming fire was so fierce that the men couldn't hear themselves talk. And Reckless was in the middle of all of this.
Under artillery fire and mortar fire, she continued to do her resupply mission for the Marines. And especially having been wounded twice, and that not having deterred her to continue to do her mission through the end of the war, it's really astounding.
They had a ceremony sending her off in October of 1954, is when she left Korea. She was the guest of honor of the Marine Corps Ball that was at the Marines Memorial Club in San Francisco. And she waltzes through the lobby and gets in an elevator and goes up to the 11th floor, sachets out of the elevator into the ballroom. She spied the anniversary cake over on the table, and before the guys could get a hold of her, she was up to her nostrils in it. And then after that, she moved over to Camp Pendleton. At Camp Pendleton, while Reckless was there, the Commandant of the Marine Corps promoted her. There was a 19-gun salute in his honor, and a parade of 1,700 troops walked by to salute her. She had 3 colts, and she had a filly. Sadly, the filly died at a month old. Unfortunately, all the colts were gelded, so there is no bloodline for her. Her story just kind of disappeared from the pages of history. And what's interesting is she was as famous as Lassie and Rin Tin Tin in her day. She was an iconic hero. And when she died, her story made the front page news in newspapers across the country. And she was buried with full military honors.
I first came to light on the story of Reckless at the National Museum of the Marine Corps in Quantico, Virginia, where a statue by the same artist who did the statue that's behind us was erected to honor this great mare. I think Staff Sergeant Reckless's legacy is going to be that the courage and the dependability that she showed in combat made her truly what the saying is, not just a horse, but a Marine.
Staff Sergeant Reckless. I love that feature every single time we show it. And a happy Independence Day, happy 4th of July weekend to all of you, but especially those men and women and their families who have given so much for our freedom.
Absolutely, and I agree, the Sergeant Reckless story never gets old.
Yeah.
We've shown it here quite a few times, but it really is a great story.
Well, we hope that you have been having a wonderful and safe celebratory weekend, too, as the celebrations continue here at Belmont Park. We continue with our live racing. Going next to the 3rd race, it's a maiden claiming, going a mile on the 16th on the main track, just one scratch of the 2. And a couple of horses to the outside taking attention, both of them trained by George Weaver, in fact.
Yeah, I'm surprised they're so close in odds, actually. The 5 and 6 are both 2-1. I haven't looked at doubles to see if one is a much shorter price. Other than the 6, Road to Success, much like the last winner, going turf to dirt. In fact, the horse that ran 1-2 in the last race were both going turf to dirt, and I thought this would be another sort of likely horse. First race was the Makes Him Much Fun to beat. And the 6, Road to Success, a very slight favorite over the 5, Mohit, looking at the doubles.
Currently the highlighted 2-1 favorite now as Road to Success, the half-brother to multiple graded stakes winner, Unified. Let's see if he can break his maiden today for George Weaver. We'll talk more about the 3rd race at Belmont Park after this break on America's Day at the Races.
The Run Happies keep winning. What a day at Belmont Park when a pair of Run Happies crushed the competition. TDN Rising Star Following Sea delivered yet another emphatic performance, sailing down the stretch to win by 6.5 lengths. Then 2-year-old filly Happy Soul soared to victory, winning the Astoria Stakes by a whopping 11.5 lengths. Price for success of just $10,000. Call Bernie Sams and book your mare to Run Happy, standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
This season, make Friday nights Monmouth Park nights. Live racing starts at 5 p.m. every Friday, featuring big fields and 6-figure pools. Unwind from a long week and kick your weekend off early. Take advantage of ample opportunities to pad your weekend bankroll. Fridays start at 5 at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Before a moment of victory, there are the hours before post time. Months of training and years of work. Before triumph comes trust. Before success, belief. Before we became a world-class stallion farm, we had world-class shareholders who understand that it can take years to create a moment, but that some moments last forever.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
The
the field turning for home. The whip is out on Albert the Great, but he's still leading by almost 2 lengths. More Than Ready is second. Red Bullet is giving way. Red Bullet is tiring. Commendable fourth. 1 furlong to go. Albert the Great driving on the lead. More Than Ready trying to reel him in. Albert the Great wanders to the inside, but he is clear of More Than Ready, and Albert the Great joins the elite 3-year-olds, defeating some of the best here by 2.5 lengths.
Albert the Great for Nick Zito in the 2000 Dwyer, and that rider looks pretty familiar. Our own Richard Migliori aboard.
It's my man, the Mig, and you know, the Mig had ridden him. I think it's his 3rd straight race he rode him, and I'll stand up for him. He lost the mount after the horse finished last in the Jim Dandy in his next start, and his next race in the Travers, they put Jorge Chavez on him. All due respect to Jorge, was up about 2 or 3 lengths in mid-stretch, and he dropped him over to a dead rail. And the next day I said at a seminar I was doing, I said, you know, if Nick had left Richard Migliori on him, he would have dropped over the dead rail, and he'd had a Travers winner. And I saw Nick a little later, and he goes, you're right.
I love that. I love that. What a field he beat that day in the Dwyer. Nick Zito, 3 wins in this race. And Richie, I'm sure you remember that experience as well.
Very well. And actually, that was the 4th win in a row on him. I was 4 for 4 on him. He did run poorly in the Jim Dandy, but got beat too far to say that I did anything wrong that day. Nick felt like he wanted to make a change. It was unfortunate for all of us because I agree with Andy. He always had a little bit of a propensity to want to drift in or lug in a little bit. And Georgie didn't know him, Jorge Chavez, and I knew him so well. And even in that Dwyer, I was trying to keep him out away from the fence. Drifted over a little bit late, but very, very talented horse that would go on to win a Jockey Cup, Gold Cup amongst many other big races. So it was a privilege to get to ride him. And me and Nick, I never did a lot of riding for Nick, but at least I teamed up and did get a Dwyer with him. And he's got a horse in here, as a matter of fact, and it's the one, Tis the Journey, who doesn't look particularly good on paper. He's had 16 chances to break his maiden, but I got to tell you, Nick Zito may not be winning at the rate he once did and low percentage, but his horses look fantastic. And Tis the Journey looks tremendous. He is dappled out. He's been training up in Saratoga after competing in Kentucky his last 3 starts. And I have to talk about it because from a physical perspective, he looks fantastic. Now, we all know pretty is as pretty does on the racetrack, but I think this is a horse that's going to be a price that I think will outrun his odds because he just looks too good not to run better than he's been running recently at Churchill Downs. The 4, God's Will, making his 2nd start, comes out of a really loaded maiden race. I think a maiden race that we're going to be talking about for a long time. And this is a horse that wanted no part of 6 furlongs. He is long and rangy, and I think a mile and a 16th and the drop in class will really suit him extremely well. God's Will for trainer Leah Giamatti, making a very nice impression, son of FNX. And the 6, Road to Success. George Weaver has 2 horses in here. They're both contenders. Obviously, the 5, Mo Heat, out of that extra special mare, Extra Heat. And the 6, Road to Success. I just prefer, physically speaking, the 6, Road to Success. He's just a little bit more put together, a little bit stouter, a little bit stronger, and he's getting back to dirt. And I'm seeing a horse, to my eye, that will appreciate getting back to the dirt, guys.
All right, Richie, thank you. Road to Success, 1 of 2 for George Weaver. Both well bred to the outside.
Yeah, I feel like I want to sit here and wax poetic about Albert the Great for about an hour. For people that don't remember Albert the Great, find his lifetime PPs and look him up.
Yeah, he's
if you
amazing.
want to see what a really, really good horse looks like. He was a tremendous horse, a great 3rd here in the Breeders' Cup Classic behind Tisnow and Saki as well. But his win in the Gold Cup as a 3-year-old by 10 lengths, a tremendous, tremendous racehorse for a trainer, Nick Zito. He doesn't win a lot of races these days, but that man has won just about every important race in this country, and many of them a number of times.
Getting a chance to just sit and chat with Nick Zito was one of my favorite things ever.
Nick's the best, no question about it, and he's a true legend in this game. The 4, God's Will, is probably the interesting wild card right now, and if you like him, he's likely to drift from his 4-to-1 odds as we get closer to post. He ran in a tiger field of New York bred maidens on his first start. I mean, that was like a stakes quality maiden special weight. He did no running. He broke about a length slow. He was 3, 4, 5 wide. Junior Alvarado was asking him a long way in that race, and he never got a response. But connections think highly of him. They drops down. He gets some more distance. He's got a pedigree that says he should handle it. And in a race, if you're looking for a fuzzy, it's God's Will. I picked him second behind the 6, Road to Success. But these are the kind of horses that often run significantly better in their second starts.
I agree, and I couldn't agree more with Richie, as I was the one in the paddock for his debut that he probably strength-wise would benefit from a start and will appreciate getting some more ground, not to mention doesn't have to face the likes of American Revolution like he did in his debut.
Right. I mean, for people not familiar with American Revolution, he was making his second start and been switched to trainer Todd Pletcher. His debut was at Keeneland last fall, and he finished 4th behind a horse named Mandaloon that a lot of people might be a little bit more familiar with. And he and Mandaloon had similar trips, except he broke slowly, and Mandaloon didn't, and he actually got blind switched in the stretch by Mandaloon trying to get position. So even though he lost by about 4 lengths that one, he was a lot closer to him. Now, I'm not suggesting he's as good as Mandaloon, but that's the kind of quality this horse had shown even in his debut. He was running against horses in a different galaxy than who he's facing today.
Road to Success and Mohit, both for George Weaver, to the outsides. Road to Success debuted on the dirt at Gulfstream back in April. So after the championship meet, he was 8-1 that day as a first-time starter, and he did finish second that afternoon. It seemed like there was perhaps still a little bit of greenness in there, but I think getting back to the dirt is what he'll prefer.
Yeah, I mean, he ran against actually a reasonable field. If you look up the horses, that 67 Beyer holds up quite well. I think the problem is after that effort, Acacia, they paid $275,000 for him, and I don't think they had illusions they were winning major maiden special weights, but they dropped him on the turf for a $25,000 claiming race this next start. Now he's in for 30, and for a horse that ran respectably enough going a mile in his debut, they gave up on this horse so quickly that you wonder a little bit if there's a massive hole somewhere.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. He has a big pedigree. He's still a colt. He's half to Unified. We know what he did on the racetrack. Now getting a chance to see some of the progeny of Unified as a stallion as well. As this one,
Unified won the Peter Pan, not the Dwyer.
Yep, the Peter Pan. As this horse is 9-5, Manny Franco going to be aboard. The other one for George Weaver, meanwhile, is out of extra heat.
Yeah, Mohit's a funny horse, and I bet him last time. And it was some ways a tough beat because he really did all the dirty work involving in a quick pace. But the winner of that race, as I'm sure you remember, he ducked in badly at the start and basically broke about 4 or 5 lengths behind the field. So he was really much the best. And even though it was a quick pace, the winner was the only horse that closed into that race. So the quality of that race is somewhat in dispute. He does have a lot of speed, this horse, and it may put him into a position where he could wire the field. I just think the 6 is better, but I would argue that Mohit's running where he's shown he belongs. Road to Success, he should be running in a little bit better race.
I agree. What do you think about the 3 Bourbon Rising, who's 0 for 10, taking a little bit of attention at 7-2?
Well, maybe he could be another horse to do well off going turf to dirt, but I didn't really like his races. I thought his form had completely left him before he went to the turf.
We talked a bit about Nick Zito. Here's his charge, kicking off the post parade, the one, 'Tis the Journey.
Making his 17th start, he's actually run figures that are fast enough to compete, but he's just had so many chances.
Here's that number 3, Bourbon Rising. Louis Tsai is up.
He just, since he ran 3rd with that 69 Beyer back in late November, his form has just fallen off a cliff. Maybe he refines it for Mark Hennig, but I can't take him off any of his recent efforts.
Next will be the second-time starter, God's Will. There he is, 31-1, first time out in that salty field.
So we think there's no apostrophe in God's because somebody else has a horse with that name with the apostrophe? That's my biggest concern in this race. He is the wise guy horse.
9-5. I have a story about a horse like that. Mohit, 9-5.
My very small brain is working. Mohit, he's likely to speed near gets Lasix for the first time. Obviously, he and his stablemate, his uncoupled stablemate, are the 2 major players.
And here's the other one from that barn, Road to Success.
If you're not concerned about the drop down, 9-5 is a very generous price because his first race will beat this field.
Well, you can earn a $10 bonus today by betting Belmont Park. How does that sound? Sounds pretty good to me. Bet at least $100 on Belmont Park, races 1 to 5, so you still have a few more races to go, and earn a $10 bonus, win or lose. Visit NYRABets.com to opt in to the program. Make sure that you do that opt-in on the app or online, however you're betting, so that you are eligible. And you can bet at least $100 on Belmont Park on Monday, and you win $10. Head over to NYRABets.com for promotion details and to opt in. There's a few horses that I've gotten a chance to see run down at Gulfstream with the name God in the name. God's Plan, horses like that. And I've never seen one with an apostrophe. I don't know
Really?
why. I can't off the top of my head. There probably are if I look somewhere, but
Tell you.
it's
The information that we impart on this show. I mean, just where else can you find such valuable insight?
you know what? It's just life-changing, really. Life-changing.
So many people's
it's like,
lives are
We
changed.
talked about Nick Zito, and one of the things that really made a lasting impression on me from this last summer at Saratoga was Nick getting an iPhone and learning how to bet on Naira Bets.
Well, anyone who knows Nick Zito, as many people like ourselves are fortunate enough to, knows how funny Nick is about his phone. And I think he's learning to, he can dictate. So I get texts from him occasionally and stuff. And believe me, we say this with nothing but love, because Nick is absolutely one of our favorite people. And I know I can speak for Acacia as well. And somebody who's very nice to my mother, a big fan of Nick as well. And anyone who's nice to my mother is okay by me. The betting in this race is saying something. It's very odd that the number 5 Mohit is favored over the number 6 Road to Success from the same barn. And to me, that is screaming something, and it's not positive about Road to Success. We'll see if it plays out that way in the racetrack.
Road to Success 2-1, while 3-2 on Mohit. Both of those for George Weaver. We'll bring you race 3 in a few moments. We'll take a quick pause to welcome in our regional network. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races. You are watching America's Day at the Races. If you're just tuning in on Valley Sports Southern California, we're very glad to have you with us. There's a look at the UBS Arena, the home of the New York Islanders. We're here at beautiful Belmont Park. Acacia Courtney and Andy Serling, Richard Migliori with us as well. Andy getting ready for the 3rd race on an absolutely glorious day here at Belmont. Fun stakes races coming up too.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing both the Grand Couturier, race number 6, and the 8th race, the Dwyer, first captain, the horse to beat in there, Gufo in the Grand Couturier. And Grand Couturier, it's interesting, it was a very nice runner, Bobby Robato and Mark Keller, horse, and yeah, very nice.
Start him young. I love it.
Independence Day holiday. Grand Couturier actually ran 2nd in our Man of War when we moved the Man of War to the summer. To July in 2008. And one of the main reasons we moved it is that Curlin and Jess Jackson wanted to maybe take a shot and run him in the Arc. So he wanted to get a turf prep into him. So we moved the Man of War to July, and on a very warm day in the summer, Curlin ran against Red Rocks, who had won the Breeders' Cup turf in 2006, I believe, down at Churchill Downs. And Grand Couturier finished 1-2 in there, with Curlin finishing a reasonable 3rd. He was not the horse in the turf. He was in the dirt. He went back to the dirt and, of course, won our Woodward and Jockey Club Gold Cup.
I think he did just fine on dirt after that, I'd say.
And he's having a tremendous career as a sire as well. And, yeah, Curlin's doing great.
Race 3 here at Belmont coming up. As you see these selections, Richie landing on the 4, God's Will. You took Road to Success, Andy, but before the pause, you mentioned about the betting and thinking that that's significant as far as how the 2 George Weaver horses are being played.
Especially 2 horses from the same barn. I don't think anybody could have predicted. I imagine the morning line had the number 6 favored. He's favored in doubles.
He was 4-5 for the Success in the morning line.
And the way the 5, who ran so much slower last time, was favored over him, I think that's a negative, and it may change as we get to post time. He may, but the betting, to me, at least to me, says be very wary of the number 6. Now, they think they know all the time, and they don't always know, but they often do. And maybe if you're interested in a horse like the 4, God's Will, maybe with a 6 vulnerable, perhaps he could get the job done.
Into the starting gate we go for the 3rd race today at beautiful Belmont Park. We send it up to the voice of New York racing, John Imbrial, with the call.
Online. And they're off. Bourbon Rising away well. On the outside is Road to Success, and there goes Mohit, splitting horses and taking over. Mohit is in front. Bourbon Rising is down at the rail. Road to Success is on the outside in 3rd. Then a break of 3 to God's Will in 4th, and Tis the Journey is the trailer in 5th. The leader is Mohit in front here by a length. Road to Success is 2nd by a head, and Bourbon Rising is down on the inside in 3rd. The quarter went in 23-2. At the back of the pack, 'Tis the Journey and God's Will. Mohit is the leader here by a length, with Road to Success on the outside in 2nd. Mohit continues to lead as the field approaches the far turn. Mohit by a length and a quarter. Road to Success 2nd by a half length, a half in 47-4. Bourbon Rising is down at the rail and looking for a way through here. Had to steady just a bit there. On the outside, God's Will is now drawn within 3 lengths of the front. Tis the Journey is at the back. Mo Heat and Road to Success. They are heads apart for the lead. God's Will continues to gain on the outside. Bourbon Rising is down at the rail as the field comes for the quarter pole. It is Mo Heat narrowly. Road to Success being urged on now. Bourbon Rising will need a way through, and on the outside is God's Will as they pass the 3/16 pole. Down at the rail, it is Mo Heat. On the outside, it's Road to Success. Road to Success has now taken over. Mo Heat runs in second as they come down for the finish. It will be Road to Success on the road to victory here. Mo Heat was second, Bourbon Rising third, and God's Will finished fourth.
Road to Success, who ended up going off at 3-2, I believe, at the end, but maybe it wasn't the prettiest performance, Andy, but he got the job done.
Right. I'm going to say they didn't know in this particular case. And I don't think, as you said, that Road to Success ran as well as he did in his first start. But he ran well enough to beat Mo Heat, who had no excuse. As George Weaver versus ran 1-2 in this race, the Road to Success was just too good for these. God's Will, perfect spot for Junior Alvarado. Looked for a brief moment around the 5/16 pole to quarter pole, like he might swallow up the 5 and 6. And when it came running, he just had no run whatsoever as Bourbon Rising finished third.
Well, they were eager for the wire, Richie, but Road to Success, he was on the road to victory, as you heard John Imbriel say, managed to get the maiden score in here.
Yeah, very logical result. He sat the perfect trip from the outside with Manny Franco. Mo Heat hung in there gamely. The 2 George Weavers just dominated this field. The 3 Bourbon Rising had to kind of wait in traffic. Really, when he got clear, didn't have a big response. And God's Will did loom up. He was giving Junior Alvarado a little bit of a hard time, trying to lug in. Junior went at him with the crop, and I think this is a good example. You know, when we talk about the riding crop, sometimes horses just react negatively to it, and I'm not saying that God's Will was going to run any better or worse than he did, but you could visibly see he really resented Junior Alvarado going to the crop in an effort to get him to go forward and straighten out. I think he's a horse that they might want to rethink even using it on, because he really resented it greatly. And it's just, I think, a teachable moment when we talk about a crop being a positive or a negative. In this case, I think it's evident it was a negative.
All right, Richie, thank you. Some great points, as always, from a former champion jockey. It was the number 6, Road to Success, who gets the win here in race number 3. Congratulations to the Connections. When we come back, though, we will talk about trainer Todd Pletcher, who had a nice graded stakes win again yesterday with Mind Control. He will be inducted officially into the Hall of Fame this summer, and great to see the Hall of Fame back open right on Union Avenue.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you as always by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Race 3 in the books. It went to the number 6 Road to Success. Manny Franco in the saddle, as maybe he is third in the jockey standings behind Irad and Jose Ortiz, but Manny has been having himself a great meet.
To make that run the way Eric Cancel did back at Aqueduct, maybe he can make a run.
And he's standing by with Richie.
We were just talking about Manny and I. He's having a fabulous meet, and he's riding tremendously well. But mathematically, he's not out of contention. He could still pull off being leader rider. Manny, I know you don't go into a meet thinking about being leader rider, but what does it mean when you can be leading rider and the pride you take in it?
Yeah, Richard, like you say, it means a lot because this is a competitive meet. A lot of, all the better riders are here, and be able to be there in the standing third with a chance to win the title, man, is amazing. I'm just thankful for all the help for the training owners and give it to me, and man, I'm not gonna change anything, but I'm gonna chase it.
Well, I know you ride so hard, and that's one of the things I really admire is how strong you are on a horse. Your agent is Angel Cordero. Angel, it was always important for him to be leading rider, but especially Saratoga. Is that something you guys talk about going to Saratoga?
We don't talk about that much. He just say, try to be the best every time they give you a chance to you, and that's what I'm putting in my mind. I just want to do good, to keep getting those opportunities, big opportunity on big barns, and that's all is my mind,
Well, you're making the most of them. One thing I've noticed, though, you have such a good foundation, and that comes from the jockey school in Puerto Rico. You were there for 2 years, you were telling me. Explain to people a little bit about the school.
Yeah, you got to, we had the best school in Puerto Rico. They teach you a lot of things about the sport, and like I say, make you your body stronger. And man, I want to say thanks to all the teacher over there, and so I'm here for them.
Well, you're doing a great job, and you're doing them proud. And in fact, the top 3 riders right now in the standings at Belmont Park, all graduates of that jockey school in Puerto Rico. They do a great job there. There's a pretty good school in Panama, too, I think named for a fellow named Lafitte Pink Eye. But Manny Franco, a fine young rider, always fun to watch.
He is indeed. Richie, thank you, and certainly success, no accident. 50 wins for Manny Franco. Jose Ortiz with 54, Irad Ortiz with 56. Irad will be serving a couple of days suspension, though, towards the end of the meet.
I thought, wasn't Manny 10 behind the other day?
No, he was just 5, yeah.
Yeah, well, that's great for him. And you're right, with Irad Ortiz serving that suspension next Friday and Saturday, it'll be very hard for him to win the title at this point. Jose, obviously the favorite, but Manny right behind him.
Right
They're all
behind him.
friends, so
Hot on
I
his
mean,
heels.
I'm sure each one of them wants to win.
Yeah.
But they would be happy for the other ones as well. That's the kind of guys they are.
$5 winner, Road to Success, got the job done there. But coming up this summer, something to look forward to is a chance to have everybody back in Saratoga, that's for sure. The Hall of Fame Museum there on Union Avenue, one of the greatest, and a lot of work that has been done, and looking forward to being able to go back there and bring some family and friends back, as well as Todd Pletcher, a trainer who will be inducted into the Hall of Fame this year.
Yeah, I mean, if he wasn't unanimous, I want to find the person who didn't vote for him, and I want to hunt him down. I mean, if anyone would ever be unanimous, and there are a lot of great participants in the game, but you look at the kind of career that Todd Pletcher's had, and he's left an indelible mark on the game with all the stallions he has standing. I mean, you look through most 2-year-old races, and there are 2 or 3 horses sired by horses that Todd Pletcher trained. His accomplishments speak for themselves, and Todd Pletcher, like American Pharoah, they were gimmies for the Hall of Fame.
Certainly, congratulations to those two, along with Jack Fisher, to be inducted into this year's Hall of Fame. And due to the COVID-19 pandemic, we were not able to have a Hall of Fame ceremony last year, so the 2020 class will be officially inducted this summer, along with the 2021 class as well. But that National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame in Saratoga has done a lot of work to make it even more welcoming to fans and those in the industry alike. Hopefully you'll get a chance to visit this summer, as it looks to become the greatest Hall of Fame around.
We looked at the Hall of Fame, the whole team here,
and it was sleepy. So we needed to have them more interactive and lively. And our goal was to be the best sports hall of fame in the country. And we sought out the best people to help us achieve that goal. Well, it's a race day gallery. This is kind of get the people ready for the main event, which is the track and the races. And so this gets the excitement built up before they go in and see the film. So you can explore the different tracks that were in existence and still are in existence. You get to see the winner's circle, get your picture taken with the horse, do a race call. You can explore the plaques. You can go to the interactive jockeys and trainers and see their quotes, see their photos, see their videos. And you really get a feel for who they were, because a lot of these people have passed on. And you see their races come to life. You could spend all day in there. And I think we've accomplished our goal of being the best sports hall of fame in the country. And I'm very proud of this team.
The National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame, a great place. If you haven't had a chance to go, please consider doing so this summer. It'll be great having everybody back in Saratoga and getting a chance to enjoy all that Saratoga has to offer. But Richie, as mentioned, we'll have the induction of 2 Hall of Fame classes this year. Of course, Todd Pletcher, the 2021 training recipient, but back in 2020, we saw some great individuals, human and equine, to join the Hall of Fame class, and looking forward to celebrating this summer for them as well.
It's always a wonderful thing, just a great celebration of our sport and the competitors, equine and human. And last year it was put off a year because of the pandemic, but Mark Casse was voted in. He'll be formally inducted this summer. And having known Mark since I'm about 18 years old, he came to New York with a string of horses. Mark's a few years older than me, but he was very young, maybe in his early 20s. And the success we had together as 2 young guys starting out, and he actually helped kind of pull me out of my post-apprentice slump that most riders go through, giving me opportunities on horses like Raja, Shark, Kamikaze Rick, Sociable Duck. One after another, we had so much success together. Fast horse named Soy Rayo by a horse named Soy Numero Uno that I know Andy's very familiar with. It's really fun for me to see Mark get this honor, such a well-deserved honor. He's worked so hard his entire life. I know it'll be a little bittersweet for Mark that his dad Norman isn't alive to see it happen, because he was such a mentor to him and got him started so young. Mark actually trained his first horse, saddled his first horse at Great Barrington Fair over in the Berkshires, just over the Massachusetts line, about 40 minutes from where I live now. So I am really looking forward to seeing Mark, and I know it'll be an emotional day for him, but a very well-deserved honor for sure.
Yes, it certainly will, Richie, as we take a look at the key dates coming up for Saratoga. The meet kicks off on July 15th. That's opening day. We'll have a big start to the meet, but of course throughout every day of racing will be great, and it'll be made even better by having all of you there with us as we go all the way through the hopeful and closing day, looking ahead to those 2-year-olds and the bright future. But opening weekend on July 17th, the Grade 1 Diana will be broadcast on Fox. We have a special show from 5:30 to 6:30. That's Fox proper. Hope that you'll tune in and join all of us. We are so lucky to work with such a wonderful team here. As trainer Todd Pletcher has a chance in the 4th race, that's Orb in the Tower, who will be trying the turf for the first time and stretching out in distance. We'll talk more about this gelded son of Orb and the rest of the field after this break on America's Day at the Races. Stay with us for a lot more to come.
This proven son of A.P. Indy has sired over 50 stakes winners and well over 100 stakes horses. Recent top performers include Search Results, winner of the Grade 1 Acorn Stakes and a hard-fought second in the Kentucky Oaks, Pass the Champagne, runner-up in the Grade 1 Ashland Stakes, plus these standout performers. 2-year-olds by Flatter sold up to $625,000, and his yearlings have recently topped Faisy Tipton's July sales twice. Flatter, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Blood Horse Plus, available through bloodhorse.com, provides exclusive, timely, and unmatched content to subscribers, including Fox Sports, Blood Horse branded weekly programs, a detailed stakes winners section, behind-the-scenes videos from Blood Horse staff, on-demand access to deeper horse statistics, and a $5 monthly credit to equineline.com. Upgrade to Blood Horse Plus today.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie. McKenzie preservationist Vino Rosso and Yoshida. McKenzie's in front.
McKenzie, they've done it. McKenzie has it by 2.
It's McKenzie in a dominant performance. Pure class in the Malibu.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2 and Valley Sports at Southern California. Very glad to have you with us as our live racing action continues on this special July 5th card. The 4th race at Belmont is next. It's for the New York Reds, a maiden claiming, and we are going a mile and an eighth on the inner turf. Currently Todd Pletcher's runner Orb in the Tower, Andy, who is trying the turf for the first time, is your 7-5 favorite.
Yeah, she's not favored in doubles. The favorite in doubles, the heavy favorite, is the 7 Majestic Sky, who's probably the speed, but with the inside position, Orb in the Tower could be the speed. I picked Orb in the Tower in this race. I always felt like this horse probably had some ability, took money in the debut, then came off that layoff first time with Todd Pletcher. It was a very, very tough race he was in. Caught muddy tracks both first 2 times. There's not a ton of turf pedigree, but there's enough turf pedigree to suggest he could handle it. And I did like his chances, and in all likelihood, it'll be closer to 5-2 by post time. I thought the 1, 4, and 7 were the right 3 horses here.
Did have a sibling that was a minor winner on turf. Orb has been a pretty good influence as far as grass does go, and out of a Giants Causeway mare. We'll see how that does translate to the grass for his first time on the turf today. The number 7 Majestic Sky, the speed perhaps, as you mentioned, stretching out to the mile and an eighth for the first time, as this one has back-to-back second place finishes in his last couple of races.
I think the question with him is whether or not he's going to be effective going the mile and an eighth distance. Now, mile and an eighth races, and this is his race 2 back when he finished second to the heavily favored Vodka Lemonade, and last time out he finished second to the heavily favored Portfolio Hedge. Both horses would be tough to beat in here, assuming they get the mile and an eighth distance. And I think the mile and an eighth is a question from a distance standpoint, but if he is able to clear the lead, the distance may not be a big problem because these mile and an eighth turf races here rarely feature particularly fast paces, and that's probably an understatement. And it gives a big edge to speed because the paces are so slow, because the field hits the turn so quickly that they end up speeding up very, very quick, or slowing up very quickly, I should say. And the paces just very much favor front runners and work against closers. So if he can clear, he'll have a real advantage. But I wonder with Irad Ortiz and Todd Pletcher having the rail in here, an inside post hitting the turn so quickly is an advantage, if they're going to be very reticent to give up the lead. And I think that Orb in the Tower will show a lot more speed in this race than he has shown in his dirt races.
A mile and an eighth on the inner turf. Richie, we know that you are well familiar with riding these types of races on the grass here at Belmont. I mean, tell us a little bit tactically from a jockey standpoint how you have to approach it.
Acacia, it's a very short run to the first turn in these mile and an eighth turf races on the inner. You know, basically 100 yards maybe to the turn, and on a racehorse, 100 yards goes by very quickly. You have an inside post. You want to take advantage of that inside post. You want to make it work for you, and that means come out running. So if anybody from the outside actually wants to clear and go, they've got to be decisive about it. Make the other rider make a decision. That's the idea of being a jockey in race riding, putting the other guy in a position to have to do something. And if I'm on the one-horse Orb in the Tower coming out of sprints, adding blinkers, he worked on the turf. Todd Pletcher said he worked very well on the turf. He said he wouldn't say it was the hugest move forward, but definitely a move forward. Come out running, and not necessarily that you're intent on the lead, but again, making outside runners make that decision. If they want to go, they've really got to go, and then it gives you options. It creates separation. You wind up getting that kind of inside pocket trip. The one Orb in the Tower looks fabulous, bred by Al Fried up in Rhinebeck. He's got a beautiful farm up there off of Route 9, and he looks fantastic, and I'm kind of leaning towards him just on his physical appearance, and you know, talking to Todd Pletcher about how he trained on that turf course up in Saratoga, the 4 8 weeks long. also making a really nice impression. A horse that tends to lag a bit in a race, not a lot of speed, but from a physical perspective, Mark Hennig has 8 weeks long. Oh, by the way, Saratoga's 8 weeks long. Kind of a hunch there, but 8 weeks long from a physical perspective. Looks fantastic. And the 7, Majestic Sky, he looks good. I think he could look just maybe a bit stronger behind, but there's potential for him to be the controlling speed in this spot. And Junior Alvarado should be forwardly placed on him. He hasn't been able to get it done running at this level, but he's run very well. I am going to keep a good eye on him on the racetrack, guys, and I'll report back after I get a good look at them on the track.
All right, Richie, thank you. Currently over 128,000 in that pick 6 pool as it does kick off here. Again, back to the $1 minimum wager. And a fun sequence too, Andy. You've got the 2 stakes to look forward to in that pick 6 sequence.
Yeah, I think the card really starts to pick up a little bit when you get into the Grand Couturier. The 7th race, I thought, was a highly competitive allowance race on the turf at 1.25 miles. Very, very hard, at least for me, to come up with a definitive choice. The horse I had liked in the last race quite a bit, Trained to Artemis, turned out to be a late scratch in there. So unfortunately, she's not going to play. So that changes my perception. Now I'd probably use the one Cartouche, the 9 Days Humor. But I agree.
8-5 currently on Orb in the Tower here in the 4th race as they leave that tunnel. And nice to see some people on the rail getting a good look at these horses, too, as Orb in the Tower will kick off our post parade.
Yeah, and Orb in the Tower tries the turf for the first time, has enough pedigree, says she should like it. Hopefully will be forwardly placed, if not right on the lead, and he's my top choice. I wouldn't bet him an 8-5, but if he drips up to the likely 5-2 he should be, I'll bet a few dollars.
Scratch the 2, Tresatum. Here's the 3, Webb.
Webb just hasn't done any running at big prices in his 2 turf races.
He is a big price once again today as we look at the 4, 8 weeks long.
I've always liked this horse, but I've also picked and bet him in his last 2 starts at 30 and 26-1. I'm not going to bet him at a much shorter price, but obviously it's a less competitive field, and I think he is a major threat.
We'll look next at the 5, Flincher's Rock in those very familiar Generazio silks.
The positive for this horse is he's dropping down significantly after running in maiden special weights in his first 2 starts. The negative is, at least to me, I haven't seen him do a stitch of running.
Scratch the 6, main track only. 7, Majestic Sky will probably look to take them gate to wire.
Yeah, and he'll likely be about 7 or 8-5 by post time. Not surprising. He has the best turf races in here. He's supposed to be favored. Can he clear the lead?
And the number 8, Wicked Karma.
This would be a big surprise. He's really done very little running in his races on the turf.
That's the field here for the 4th race today as we welcome in Jonathan Kinchin on this July 5th program. Jonathan, once again, dressed in a patriotic fashion. We love it. What do you got here as we kick off the pick 6, JK? Some technical difficulties. We will get to Jonathan shortly.
I've always found having the mic on is a help.
Typically it works.
It typically works, but not always.
Not always. You know, you never know.
Well, our friend Jonathan, my co-friend Nick Tamaro, has been calling some quarter horse races down at Sam Houston.
Cool.
And I think one of the first or second days he was doing it, I'm sure Jonathan knows this, he forgot to turn his mic on during the call of the race, and he tweeted afterwards. Well, it does help to turn your mic on.
You know, it does, yeah. You know, nothing will be as good, I think, though, as when we covered the fairgrounds on opening day back in November, and they were having technical difficulties.
You and Maggie called the race.
Maggie and I co-called the race, which was really fun.
That was history, yeah. I have to get a copy of that.
I don't know how John Dooley does it down there with all the trees.
I don't know how any track announcer does it, period.
Oh, yes, it is a very difficult job.
Saratoga for John Imbrial is a I mean, and of course, anyone who's called in the past, that's not an enviable job.
Have you ever taken a trip into calling races?
I have not.
Okay. You've done pretty much about everything else around the
yeah, you know, I'm usually reasonably aware of the things I suck at. And I'm guessing that I'm pretending I don't always at some things I may. But calling the races, no, that's just not a job for me. I have the ultimate respect for race callers. I really do. It's a tough job.
Yes, it is. That's for sure. Well, horses on the track here. We'll check in once again with Richie. What are you seeing here?
Well, I'm pretty high on the 1 horse, but I'll talk about the 5 first, and that's Flintshire's Rock. Making a really nice impression, dropping in from maiden 40 for the first time. I think he'll appreciate getting to the 1 1/8 distance. He tried a mile, and, you know, it was a very hot pace. He was just kind of out of the race, never really got involved. I think sometimes when horses get outfooted like that, they lose interest easy. I think this horse will be a bit more involved because it doesn't look like an overabundance of pace. And from a physical perspective, Jimmy Ryerson, this horse making a really nice impression. We know the Generasios breed a good horse, and I thought this horse was a little bit interesting. I wound up on the 1. I couldn't get past how good this horse looked physically for Todd Pletcher. That inside post, I rather tease, knowing how to ride this course and take advantage of that inside position. So I didn't expect him to be 3-2, and I'm not crazy about the price, but I got to go with what I saw from a physical perspective. And just quickly, guys, as the horses are starting to circle up before they get on the turf, I think calling races is extremely hard, and I never understood how hard it is at the sales to call out the pedigrees before, to be not the auctioneer, but the announcer at sales. I think the greatest to ever do it's Terrence Collier with Fasig-Tipton. He gave me a go at it. I was a nervous wreck doing it. I don't get nervous doing live TV with you guys, but I certainly got nervous doing that. Always easier from a different perspective, isn't it, guys?
Yes, it is. There's so many different layers of this sport, so many different things on both the front side and the back side. And turning on your microphone, that's difficult too. Did you figure it out, Jonathan?
To be fair, there's not an on and off switch. It just stays plugged in. So you just got to turn the camera on. But you know how you had your PlayStation didn't work. You just have to take the cartridge out and blow on it. That's kind of that same idea. You just got to turn it off and on. So I'm back now. And the pick 6 is about to start. Look, I was glad Richie feels the way he does about the 1 Orb in the Tower. This is a horse that I wanted to use on the drop, and it makes me feel a little bit more comfortable. I saw that turf work, and that definitely works for me. In the second leg, the 5 Baby Boss was the horse I think is the most likely winner, a horse maybe that you could lean on if you share that opinion. But I wanted to make sure that I had the 6 Awesome Indra as well. On to the third leg. Gufo, I think, will probably be the most singled horse in the sequence. I wouldn't leave off the 1 Red Knight. I really liked in the fourth leg the 5 Community Adjustment. I'm going to single the 2 First Captain in the fifth leg, and then I'm a little bit spready towards the back end. I think the 7, 8, and the 9 are where you want to be in the sequence.
Let me just, the 7 is scratched in the last race. Jonathan trained Artemis, a relatively late scratch, but trained Artemis, who I also liked, is scratched.
Getting a chance to see some families out here at the racetrack. So much fun to see that as they load into the starting gate for the start of the pick 6. We hope that you have your Naira Bets account ready and rolling, and you're all locked and loaded for race number 4. We're going 1 1/8 miles on the turf. That short run into the first turn, as we heard Richie mention. Into the gate they go as we send it up to track announcer John Imbrial to do his thing better than any of us certainly could, calling this next race.
Waiting for Majestic Sky and Wicked Karma. They're all in line. And they're off. Orb in the Tower away well from that inside post position. Now Flincher's Rock moves up, and Flincher's Rock has taken the lead. Orb in the Tower runs in second, and then it is Webb next in third. On the outside is Wicked Karma, who has now gained ground. Flincher's Rock is the leader here, with Wicked Karma running in second. Orb in the Tower now third. Webb on the outside is fourth. And then it's 8 weeks long in fifth. And Majestic Sky trails the field in sixth. And now they're on the back stretch. The quarter over the good going, 24 and 4. Flincher's Rock down at the rail, and on the outside it is big long shot Wicked Karma. Flincher's Rock by a length. Wicked Karma is second by almost 3. Orb in the Tower is next in third, followed on the outside by Webb, then 8 weeks long. And Majestic Sky, the favorite, is sixth and last, 7 or 8 lengths from front-running Flincher's Rock, who continues to show the way here over Wicked Karma, the half mile in 51 3/5 seconds. Flincher's Rock, 3/4 of a length. Wicked Karma on the outside, second by 2.5. Orb in the Tower is in third. Then Webb on the inside, 8 weeks long. And Majestic Sky is at the back as they race midway around the far turn. Flincher's Rock, Wicked Karma, Flincher's Rock holding on to the lead by a head. On the outside is Wicked Karma, and now Orb in the Tower makes his move on the outside to join the front runners, so it's 3 of them across as they come to the top of the stretch. On the outside it is Orb in the Tower, on the inside it's Flincher's Rock. Flincher's Rock still there. Orb in the Tower in second. And then 8 weeks long in third, followed on the outside by Webb, Wicked Karma, and Majestic Sky, Flincher's Rock, and Orb in the Tower. The two of them are right together. Orb in the Tower wins it here, 3/4 of a length. Flincher's Rock was second, and 8 weeks long was third.
He had to work for it, but it was the number 1 Orb in the Tower who did get the victory. The pace changed at the start here, though, Andy, when the number 7 Majestic Sky did not break well.
Right, Majestic Sky didn't get out of the gate, and he had absolutely no chance after that. Very good ride, though, by Jose Lezcano in the runner-up.
Yes.
He sensed that nobody wants to go, and he was able to set a very dawdling pace. And I want to get to the turf condition in just a second. But Orb in the Tower, Irad saved ground behind him, angled out, middle of the turn of the 3-path, and he was able to wear down and get the victory at 9-5. We labeled the turf course good today after all the rain we had. And it's very warm and it dries quickly. That final time, even for this quality of horse, it's on the yielding side of good. We labeled the 2 late races, I think, good yesterday. I would say it was yielding. And this course, the 2 courses here, they took a ton of rain for a sustained period of time, and I don't think it's gotten warmer enough for it to dry up as quickly. So these courses are very much on the yielding side of good.
A good point to take into account when looking at how these races would stack up moving forward. But Richie, it was the number 1 Orb in the Tower with that good trip, handling the stretch out and the turf for the first time today.
Yeah, he did. And the fractions were slow, in spite of the fact I agree with Andy. I think there is give in the course, but they did come home the last furlong in 12-1, and you know, these 2 horses really fought it out. Very much improved effort from Flincher's Rock, the 5, and did get a tremendously good ride from Jose Lezcano. Orb in the Tower sat that inside trip, took advantage of the inside post, was able to angle out about the 3/8 pole, but he had saved ground all the way to there. And you know, sometimes, guys, we got to clue in on some of the terminology, and maybe I should have been even clearer. The 7 Majestic Sky did not look very strong behind me in the paddock. I made mention of it. When horses aren't strong behind, they tend not to break very sharply because horses push off. They propel themselves. They don't pull themselves. And it looked to me like he had every chance to break cleanly. He just didn't jump off on his hind end very strong, and that's kind of something I saw in the paddock. But, you know, you couldn't anticipate him being that far back, but the break kind of caused his trip for sure.
And it's a point well taken, Richie. That's why we often see those sprinters with those really, really strong rounded hind ends. That's where the horses propel themselves from. You might see a turf horse be a little bit lighter as they tend to have an easier time pushing off on the grass versus the main track. But you still need to be strong, especially when going a distance of ground.
No, those are all good points. And, you know, obviously after breaking soil like that and with the dawdling pace, the 7 Majestic Sky was completely compromised. Yes. He also never really ran a step in here. Now, I'd like to watch the race again and to see if there was any issues going on with him, but he's probably a horse that's better going shorter also.
No problem with the distance, so for the number 1 Orb in the Tower, as Irad Ortiz picks up another win in those jockey standings. Todd Pletcher, on his way to a Hall of Fame induction, gets another victory as well. We bring you prices and some more live racing, including talking about the Belmont Derby probables coming up. De Jour has been in good form as of late.
It's difficult to get a sire that can upgrade your mares like this stallion can.
This horse does produce runners, very talented runners, 3-year-old runners, Derby contending runners.
This horse is priced where anybody can afford to breed to him, and if you're trying to improve your mare, he's a horse that's shown he can do it.
There is no younger AP Indy that moves his mares up like he does.
For 3 generations, the Bond Racing Stable has held to a simple philosophy. If you take care of the horses, they will take care of you. That guiding principle drives every aspect of operations at the family Songhill Farm and Racing Stables. From breeding to breaking, racing and retiring, our commitment to our horses is reflected in everything we do. Now you can join our Grade 1 winning team with racing partnerships starting as low as $3,000. Bond Racing Stables, 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you as always by Naira Bets, where you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app today. Orb in the tower, he took to the turf, added that distance as well, and Irad Ortiz picks up another win. Todd Pletcher knows his way to the winner's circle, though, and he's standing by now with Richie.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it before the race, Todd. Just kind of very well placed today. Took advantage of that inside post. How good does it feel? Because it's got to be tough to give the keys to the car to a jockey after you've trained a horse. But how good do you feel when a horse just sit in the pocket in a turf race like that?
Yeah, I thought he got perfect position. Looked like he was on the bridle. They weren't going real quick, but he looked like he was still in a good spot and kicked on pretty well down the lane.
He really finished resolutely. Now, he wasn't claimed. You get to keep him. It kind of gives you some options here because then there's a starter allowance condition for him.
Yeah, it opens up some options, you know, and I think the most important thing was stretching him out. You know, we kind of sprinted him a couple times. That really wasn't what he wanted to do, and so I felt good about stretching him out today, even, you know, if it would have come off the turf.
Todd, you have Shamrocket in later, going a mile and a half. Race came up fairly tough, the Grand Couturier. He was second at this distance. We talk about it a lot on the show. Your horses seem to excel at marathon distances. Is there a key to that? Is it the amount of miles you put in them early?
I think it's a big foundation is a large part of it, and I think trying to identify the right kind of horses to do it. You need one that's going to turn off, you know, and you can't have a horse that's going to be pulling his way around there for a mile and a half and be successful.
And also one thing I noticed about your workouts, seems like your horses always get a good long gallop out.
Yeah, we emphasize the gallop out. You know, I think sometimes the work tab doesn't truly indicate what the horses are doing, because you'll see a lot of them, they might go a half and 49, but they also might gallop out at 7/8 and 128 and change.
Getting that continuous. Now, we've been talking about it a lot because honestly, we're all so proud of you. First ballot Hall of Famer, and we're all certain it was unanimous. If not, we're going to find the person that didn't vote for you. But I've asked you several times now, any more work on the speech?
Yeah, you know, I tell you, it's really hard because you know it's impossible to thank everyone who deserves to be thanked and who's been a part of it and contributed to it. So, you know, I figure the best way is not to name names, but just collectively thank everyone. And you know, I want to keep it short and you know, focus on my parents and family, and that's really all you can do.
Well, I'm sure you're going to be great. And guys, lucky for us, he's as good a horse trainer as he is, because as well as he speaks, we'd all have to worry about our jobs a little bit, I think.
Always well spoken and very funny too. If you ever get a chance to catch
I'd love
up
to
with
have Todd on the show. You should sit with us for a couple hours one day. You know, when we did the draw for the Belmont a few years ago at Citi Field, we had Todd, Dale Romans, Bob Baffert, and I want to say, and Wayne Lucas, maybe, the four of them.
Fun.
And Todd was sensational. I was saying to his wife, Tracy, we really need to get Todd to do more of these things. He's a very funny guy. He's a very bright guy. And I'm sure his speech will be great.
I'm sure.
mean, it's good for people to get to know some of these people a little bit. And Todd's a serious guy, but he's a very, very glib guy and a very smart guy. And I look forward to his speech as much as him getting into the Hall of Fame. And I hope people get a chance to realize what an engaging person he really is.
One time, he came up to me in the paddock at Gulfstream. I was about to do a paddock report. He said, I need to ask you something. I said, Todd, I'm about to go on. You know, everything okay? And he holds up a picture of me dancing at Miss America. And he said, Don Velasquez wants to know if you can teach him how to do this. Nice. So Todd and Johnny playing a trick on me there. But a great guy, a great trainer as well, as Richie said. And a big congratulations to Todd for that Hall of Fame induction coming up. We have one more week left at Belmont, though, of course, exciting things to come today. But next week, Andy, the Belmont Oaks and Derby, that's going to be a sensational day of racing, which also includes the victory ride. And we wrap up with the River Memories as we take a look at the probables for the Belmont Derby. And it's been great to see how this race has really grown, of course, now with that Turf Triple Series.
It has, but we may be running a charity event for Coolmore here next weekend.
That's true.
Because Bolshoi Ballet is an unusual horse to show up in here. Now, he did not run well in the Epsom Derby, but he was also the favorite in the Epsom Derby. And Hard Love's a very nice horse. De Jour's a very nice horse. Safe Conduct has run well. But Bolshoi Ballet is likely to be a heavy favorite and may just be too much racehorse for these horses.
De Jour now in the care of Bill Mott. He won the American Turf at Churchill last time out in Kentucky Derby weekend. He's coming off a string of 3 wins, 2 at Santa Anita. And, of course, this big win kind of stamping himself as a player in the division.
Oh, no question about it. He got a perfect trip, but he absolutely delivered. He ran a buyer figure in the 90s. He and Hard Love, they're really nice, you know, solid U.S. turf horses. I don't turn my nose up at either one of them. And Safe Conduct's got a good race as well back here much earlier at Belmont, where he dusted Public Sector, ran so well yesterday and finishing second. But this is a tough year. The Europeans come over for these races. They're more equipped to go the longer distances. These horses try a mile and an eighth, and they're talented horses. And not only are they in there, but also in the Belmont Oaks. They're bringing over a filly that just lost a race in a photo to the horse who ran second in the New York Handicap here in Thundering Wing, I forget the horse's full name. That horse is just going to be too good for our horses, especially going longer. And Coolmore may have a hammerlock on these 2 races.
Tell me a little bit about this Turf Triple Series and how much we've seen a lot more emphasis here in the U.S. on some turf racing.
Well, I mean, here in New York with 2 turf courses at every one of our racetracks, we run an abundance of turf races. I mean, more than half our races, weather holding up, are on the turf during turf season. And I think one of the ideas for Martin Panza, our racing director, behind this was to give opportunities to try to help create stallions and create pedigrees. Obviously, we have them for the fillies as well, but to give some value, grade 1s, and enough, because in America, it's very hard for turf horses to get a stud deal. Bricks and Mortar, well, he's gone over to Japan, and he's one of the best turf horses we've had in years. But with a program like this, I think you'll see more. And I think one of the things you think about Peter Brandt going over to Tattersall's with Chad Brown and the success that he and both Clarvett Stables has had, and so many other people now buying horses overseas as well to get those European bloodlines. And I think we'll eventually see some of these horses with European bloodlines get stud deals in America. And, you know, I know Fasig-Tipton tried to have a turf sale for yearlings. And Boyd Browning runs Fasig-Tipton, joked with me what a failure it was. I don't see it that way. The sale itself was a failure.
I think it was an idea ahead of its time.
I think he was ahead of his time, exactly.
Agreed.
And you don't succeed without failing. And I thought it was a very good idea for them. He was just a little ahead of his time, and but there are a lot of people going overseas, and eventually perhaps we'll get more of those pedigrees here in the U.S. And I think that was the idea behind Martin Panza starting this series. Now, it's not easy to change things anywhere, and in horse racing, it's near impossible to change anything. We don't like change, but I think things are turning a little bit, and races like this offer great value for turf horses.
Looking forward to that Belmont Derby, and of course the Turf Triple Series, the Belmont Oaks. As you mentioned, though, Andy, this will be a great race to look forward to. You've got Santa Barbara for Aidan O'Brien coming in, as well as some really, really tough fillies who have just been at the top of their game on the turf.
Yeah, Santa Barbara runs her last race.
Yes.
This field won't have any idea where their other horses are.
We do have a rematch, though, of Gams Mission and Spanish Love Affair last time out in the Regret. Gams Mission was the first graded stakes winner for trainer Cherie DeVoe, of course a former assistant to Chad Brown, and it'll be nice to get a chance to see these two rematch as well.
Okay. They can't compete with the horses we're talking about
I
before.
agree.
They're nice horses. I wish them the best of luck. Love to see those Lazy F silks, the silks that the mighty Forgo wore.
Yeah.
But this was like a little skirmish after school, and they're heading into battle against horses like Santa Barbara. And Plum Ali, who I thought ran well in the Wonder Again as well with her outside post. Con Lima, who won the race for trainer Todd Pletcher. Higher Truth is improving for Chad Brown. But a horse like Santa Barbara, if she runs her last race, and it was just 2 weeks ago, but Coolmore has come to this race off short rest and won it before and run well and done this country. She shows up. They're all running for second.
We've certainly seen Aidan O'Brien know how to send horses to the U.S. and be successful pretty much wherever he runs. As we take a look at the series for the females, for the fillies here at the Belmont Oaks, kicking things off on July 10th. Saratoga Oaks, and of course the Jockey Club Oaks as well.
And it's hard not to think of the great Lady Eli, who won the Belmont Oaks a number of years ago. And, you know, unfortunately, we never got to see Rusty Arnold's filly, who won both the Belmont Oaks and the Saratoga Oaks.
Was it
Concrete Rose? Thank you very much,
guys. She got hurt
guys.
at the end, unfortunately. That's right. That's right.
And, you know, the problem in this series for the U.S.-based horses are at 11 furlongs in the middle of September for the fillies and 12 furlongs for the colts. Our horses have no preps for that race, and it's very unusual in this day and age for these horses to be ready for those distances. And the Europeans are going to come over, even with lesser listed, great Group 3 type horses, and they're going to dominate those races. A lot has to change, and it's been a long time since a horse like Great Contractor ran as a 3-year-old against Olders down at Hialeah at 1.5 miles before contesting the Belmont Stakes. And our horses they're not ready for those distance races in September, to say the least.
I hope we are trending that way, because I know you and I agree. Love turf racing, love betting turf racing.
Love these races.
Talking about it, the pedigrees. So looking forward to all of that for the 3-year-olds that we have to look forward to. Meanwhile, we have some older horses here in the 5th race coming up at Belmont, 6 furlongs on the main track. There's a look at Sweet Mia, who has some speed to offer in this party. We'll talk about the late pick 5 after this.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security, he smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Secure your mare's future. Maximum Security.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com.
Come and get Army Mule, who's pulling away by 5 and finishing fast. Army Mule, ultra impressive in the Cartery flew home. Won it by 6.
At 10, now 20 here. We can hold on the done. 221, 210,000.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races as our live racing action continues here at beautiful Belmont Park on this special July 5th Monday card. Very glad to see so many people out at the track with us, and if you're tuning in from home, we appreciate you watching. We have race number 5 coming up next here. Again, sprinting on the main track in this $25,000 claiming race. We're taking a look at Sweet Mia, Andy. This horse second by a neck last time when claimed by Juan Vasquez.
Yeah, it's a lot of claiming going on here. Juan Vasquez actually looking for his second win in today's card. He won the second race. Sweet Mia ran very well at a big price last time out and easily beat the number 5 Baby Boss. Now, I know Jonathan said he liked Baby Boss. I like Baby Boss as well. I thought maybe she, coming off the claim for Antonia Arriaga, had more room to move forward off of that race. But the truth of Baby Boss is, and she should be stalking or in front in this race. I would be aggressive and send her if I were Manny Franco. She has disappointed a number of times so far this year, and she's not getting it going. I prefer her. The thing I feel about this race is I can't bet the 3 Stunning Munnings. I can't bet the 4 Mosienko. All due respect, I'm not betting the 6 off the claim going from Safi Joseph. So I'm left only with the 1, 2, and 5. I could use any and all of these horses. I prefer Baby Boss, but I don't have a strong opinion.
Yeah, it's tough. Half the field in here off the claim, as well as you mentioned, including that 5 Baby Boss. And she does have that early speed. She's been knocking on the door. But when you're kind of at a lower level, too, and Manny Franco has been aggressive with his rides, it makes sense to just try to run away from the rest of these.
I agree, and I think that's one of the reasons. Manny Franco's a fine rider and success anyway, but I think one of the reasons, and I really feel he's riding as well at Belmont as I've ever seen him ride, he's been a lot more aggressive. And, of course, Angel Cordero, his agent, who's doing a great job with him, getting him on the right horses. But Angel's a very aggressive rider as well, and I feel like Angel's been a positive influence in that regard. I may be wrong, but I feel as though that's the case.
Manny Franco aboard Baby Boss here today as he's ridden this horse in her last 3 starts for 3 different trainers as well, as she's been very popular at the claim box. 5-2 though to the inside on the number 1 Sweet Mia for trainer Juan Vasquez, who won with Feast earlier, and she'll kick off our post parade.
And listen, with an aggressive ride from Benji Hernandez, who's an aggressive rider, she could be the speed inside of Baby Boss. We'll see how it plays out.
She's 5-2 right now. 7-2 on the 2 Miss Mimi. First off the claim as well for Pat Quick.
Even though Miss Mimi beat a weak field 2 back, she ran a race that's competitive here. Her last race for George Weaver was absolutely horrendous behind the 1 and 5. Can she bounce back?
She was the favorite that day, too, though a tepid favorite. As we'll look at the 3 Stunning Munnings, Eric Cancel aboard.
To be fair, Stunning Munnings is dropping down. She's been facing better horses. I feel as though she's less likely than the other 2, but her last 2 races are fast enough to compete.
Has been running against some decent competition lately. Here's Mosienko, second off the claim.
Mosienko is going to have to get back to better races than she shows in her PPs to win it.
She is the biggest price on the board right now at 11-1. Baby Boss also 5-2. Here's that mount of Manny Franco we were talking about.
Yeah, we'll see how aggressive Manny is. You and I are voting for a very aggressive ride. She's my top choice.
And another one off the claim, claimed away from Safi Joseph Jr. and stepping up. Here's Awesome Indra.
It's a question. Her last race is good enough to beat these, but it was against conditional claimers for Safi Joseph. No criticism of her current trainer. Safi Joseph, a tough guy for anybody to claim from.
That's the field for the 5th race as we get ready to kick off the late pick 5. A nice pool growing there. And you mentioned condition claimers. Last time out, that was for non-winners of 3 in life. So it was for horses that had never won 3 before. Now you're into the next level. I mean, right next door to her, for instance, Baby Boss has 6 wins to her name. So you're facing that next level of competition. It's a big jump for some horses.
Right. No, absolutely. It's a very good point. I mean, every horse in that race had only won 2 races in their life. And a lot of them probably had a lot of chances to do it. And those jumps, you know, one of the biggest jumps I find in New York is non-winners of 1 for New York breds to non-winners of 2 for New York breds. That jump is a huge,
those non-winners of 2
jump.
are tough.
It's very, very hard to win those races consecutively. And a horse that does that is usually stakes bound because you get a lot of tough hard knocking. And a lot of those races also conditional claiming or are optional claiming races too, which makes them even tougher.
5-2 right now on the number 1 Sweet Mia as we welcome in Maggie Wolfendale joining us here in the show. Maggie, glad to see you here with us. What are you seeing from this field as they've stepped out on track?
I'm glad to be here, Acacia. Wonderful day for racing. Great crowd on hand here at Belmont Park as many people enjoying the 4th of July as this is the observed day for that holiday. But taking a look at number 5, Baby Boss, she's going to carry a lot of weight in this one. For me, she was the pick of the paddock. I like the warm-up that you guys were mentioning with Manny Franco looking to be aggressive. Looks as though he is. He's taken her away from the pony. She's got a great gallop over to the backside. Just really ticking all the boxes with Baby Boss here. Just because I didn't necessarily love the appearance of Sweet Mia, I thought I've seen her look better in the past. And Baby Boss, while she does always look the part, I just feel though in this race she's very competitive. Moving on to number 2, Miss Mimi. Will she kind of refine a little bit of that form that we saw from her with her previous connections, such as Mike Maselli? She, watching her last race with with George Weaver, she showed very little as the well-beaten favorite. It looked as though when she entered the stretch too, as though she was getting out a bit. You can see the rider kind of having a firm hold of her inside left rein and asking her with right-handed crop. I didn't love that. We'll see if she does the same thing here again, but she is one that is wearing the same equipment though that I'd seen from her 2-back. We'll see what she does here off the claim for trainer Pat Quick, but it's all about Baby Boss for me, JK. How about you? You're the big boss.
No, look, I agree with Andy and you as well. I think Baby Boss is the one to beat in here. And one of the things that's interesting about the 1, the 5, and the 6 is all of their last races were at 6.5 furlongs. They're cutting back to the 6. If you look at the pace figures, it suggests that each of those 3 horses are going to appreciate that half a furlong shorter in this race. I do think Baby Boss is the fastest horse early. I think she's got the late figures that figure that she's going to kind of be able to carry that speed a little bit further than the others. But she's a short price on the board as well. I mean, she's 2-1. I'd imagine she'll click down from there. But I wanted to make sure I had the 6 Awesome Indra as well towards the outside. Completely agree. There's a list of trainers I don't prefer to bet when they're claimed from them. But, you know, the one thing I will say about this is there was a confident little hint in here. Awesome Indra, after being claimed from Saffie Joseph, was entered for a claiming tag of $32,000 back in the middle of June. That's a little bit of a confident move for me. So I feel like maybe the horse is training well, and the new connections feel that they'll be able to get a nice performance out of Awesome Indra here today. I think it's the 2 outside horses that have the best shot in here, but I'm ultimately going to go with the 5 Baby Boss, and hopefully Manny Franco can make this jockey's title a little bit more interesting.
Yeah, that'll be fun to follow. JK, thank you, as everybody landing on the 5 Baby Boss. First off the claim for Antonio Arriaga. Pick 5 kicking off here. Baby Boss, a 5-year-old mare by Frost Giant. And lots of claims going on here, Andy. It feels like there's a lot of changing hands anytime you see a horse that has perhaps a little bit of backlash, maybe dropping, or even at these levels. Everybody's getting ready with some ammunition for Saratoga.
Oh, no question about it. And you see with Todd Fletcher, I was thinking about that with Todd talking to Richie. Todd has done an amazing job coming up with winners, and I'm really looking forward to the battle between him and Todd and Chad Brown and Saratoga.
They put on a good show for us last year.
And they you know, and both will be really moving the chess pieces. Of course, Christophe Clement had a great meet as well last summer. But seeing those two and what each of them has in store for the other one, it's a lot of fun. And you know, Chad Brown and I talked about it a bit. We taped a podcast yesterday, which I urge people to listen to. And you could see with a smile on his face, Chad was saying it's gotten to be a fun competition between the two of them. They're very friendly, and they both really want to win, but I think they enjoy the battle as much as everybody, and it really does add to the Saratoga meet.
It does. There's nothing like winning at Saratoga. Winning at Belmont is fantastic too, but a special feeling about the summer at Saratoga. We're going to see a lot of 2-year-old races as well. That's always a lot of fun. I mean, last year what we saw, especially with the fillies leading into the Breeders' Cup, with Vequist winning at Saratoga, it's always great to follow those 2-year-olds on both surfaces, Andy, that maybe debut or win some of those stakes in the summer.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the great joys of Saratoga, right, is seeing 2-year-olds run, some winning, some not, seeing a horse that lost, and maybe saying, I remember Sun King, and I was really excited when he made his debut and he ran 4th, and saying to Nick Zito, he's going to be a really good one for you, and he turned out to be a terrific racehorse. Seeing those horses and looking forward and following them in their careers, there's nothing better than Saratoga for that. Del Mar out in California as well, but for us in Saratoga.
Just a few days away, but in the immediate future, we have the 5th race and the start of the late pick 5 here at beautiful Belmont Park. Into the gate they go. Baby Boss, the favorite, as we send it up to track announcer John Imbriel with the call.
Waiting for Baby Boss and Awesome Indra. There in the gate. And the rough. Sweet Mia from the rail. Mosienko away well. On the outside is Awesome Indra. Then it's Miss Mimi who is racing in 4th. Baby Boss is 5th. And the trailer is Stunning Munnings in 6th. Sweet Mia leads by a head. Awesome Indra on the outside in 2nd. Sweet Mia the leader. Awesome Indra runs in 2nd. Down at the rail is Miss Mimi next in 3rd. And on the outside is Baby Boss. At the back are Mosienko. And on the outside it is Stunning Munnings. The quarter went in 23 seconds. Sweet Mia, 3/4 of a length. Awesome Indra, Baby Boss, they're right together, 2nd and 3rd. Stunning Munnings is widest of all. And then down at the rail is Miss Mimi, and alongside is Mosienko. The half mile went in 46 and 3/5 seconds. And it is still Sweet Mia with a narrow lead. Awesome Indra on the outside. Mosienko is behind the front runners. Then it is Baby Boss, and out in the middle of the track, Stunning Munnings. Here's Awesome Indra right alongside of Sweet Mia. Mosienko continues to gain at the rail. They come for the finish. Very tight. Awesome Indra right there, along with Sweet Mia and Mosienko. 6 furlongs in 1:11.1.
Tight down to the wire, but it looks like it might have been the number 6, Awesome Indra, with apprentice Omar Hernandez Moreno aboard.
Yeah, and congratulations to the 10-pound bug rider getting, I believe, his 3rd win here with Awesome Indra. And I wasn't playing this horse off the claim, but I was dead wrong. She ran terrifically. She stalked the whole way and was able to wear down Sweet Mia, who had absolutely no excuse. Once the 5 Baby Boss didn't break sharply, she really had no chance, and she didn't run well, but her chances were completely lost when she doesn't break sharply. That's the gate. And Mosienko, the long shot, made a nice run up the inside, but it was the number 6 off the claim for Marvin Richards, and congratulations to him, getting the victory with a 10-pound bug rider.
An upset here. She was 5-1. Awesome Indra, Maggie, as she was very game on the outside.
She was. Unfortunately, Baby Boss, as Andy said, didn't break well, then just never looked comfortable throughout the entire running of this race. I knew it was going to be too much weight with all of us on her. But Awesome Indra, first off the claim. Congratulations to the new connections of Marvin Richards and Omar Hernandez Moreno. I mean, look at what we've seen from him for the most part in his short riding career. Typically, he's putting horses on the front end, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. But at least with this victory here, he showed some versatility, and I thought this was good. And actually, watching the head on, it looks as though the one came out and bumped Awesome Indra a couple times, and actually, I think it propelled her forward. A big win for Omar today.
Yeah, absolutely. For a 10-pound apprentice rider to win on a circuit like this against some top riders, certainly a big confidence booster. As we saw a couple months ago, Omar get his first career riding victory where he got doused with buckets of water, as is the tradition. Always fun to see that.
Be interesting to see if they stay, if they go to Saratoga or they stay down south and ride somewhere more locally. It's so tough for a rider like that to get any business up there, but see what happens. But he definitely shows some promise. And looking at that head-on right there, Benji Hernandez was coming out and hurting significantly. I mean, there's an argument that there should have been a legitimate inquiry against the number 1 had the one Sweet Mia held off Awesome Indra. That was a lot. Can we watch that head-on again, guys, if you don't mind? That seemed to be quite an unusual amount of contact. The number 1 Sweet Mia is in the yellow silks with the blinkers. You see Benji hitting right hand. The eventual winner, the 6 Awesome Indra, right outside of him, and Benji's really hitting hard to the left and is badly hurting. I mean, I would have to say that if the one had won this race, I would have taken that horse down. He makes contact that was coming in, and I thought that Omar was doing a good job of holding his ground and trying to keep him from doing that, but that horse clearly came out significantly. So the good thing of the 6 winning is we don't have to sit through a long inquiry. The bad news is that means you're leaving me right now.
I am. I'm going to leave you with Greg Wolf. I hope you don't mind.
I'm always happy to be with Greg Wolf, but I had a fun time with you as always.
I did as well. See you Friday?
See you Friday.
We'll
Yep.
be back
It's a date.
racing Friday, but there's a lot more still to come, including stakes action after this. Greg Wolf coming up on the set to take you the rest of the way, as we'll look to see if Gufo can get back to the winner's circle for that man, Christophe Clement. Coming up next, it will be the Grand Courtier. Stay tuned for more after this.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 6 millionaires, including Claiborne Farm stallion Lee. Recent top runners include graded stakes winner Plum
But
Ali,
it's going to be Plum Ali, and she's now 3 for 3.
Sharp Samurai, international stars Shivaji and Birdie Queen, plus these standout performers. In the ring, his yearlings sold up to $260,000. First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program because New York Reds start with an advantage. New York Reds run for Sirius Green at Belmont and Saratoga. New York bred maidens run for up to $75,000 and allowance horses for up to $85,000. And Sirius New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race in open company. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races here at beautiful Belmont Park. As always, we're brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net today. A bit of an upset here in today's 5th race as we saw Awesome Indra guided to victory for our 10-pound apprentice rider, Omar Hernandez Moreno. And Omar, you took a lot of bumping from the horse who finished second in here, but talk about your ride and your trip out there, and you showed a lot of professionalism in guiding this horse to victory.
Well, going back to the paddock, the trainer, he told me, you know, it all comes down to the trainer. He told me, sit, relax. And yes, I kind of did that, and it set up perfect for me. Stayed back, sat back second, and finished off.
And not deterred by any bumping that you incurred during the lane?
No, not at all. It's all part of the game, so we gotta go with it. Part of the game.
You're very familiar with the game too, having grown up basically here at Belmont. I can say that because I'm a racetrack kid as well. But just rising through the ranks, started off hot walking here at Belmont Park. So to be standing in the winner's circle as a jockey, that's got to be huge for you.
Yes. I've been working very hard since I was working here. Going back to school, came to work here, and I just saw jockeys, and I was always so amazed at what they did, and I was always amazed. So, been working very hard to be here.
And Your parents, they work on the backside as well. How proud are they to see you living out your dream?
Oh, I think they're very proud. I think they're very proud, and you know, this has been my dream since I was a little kid, and I'm proud too. You know, I sometimes can't believe it.
Well, we are very happy and love watching you and the start of your career. So congratulations, you're on your second victory.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right, guys. Omar Hernandez Moreno guiding Awesome Indra to victory today, picking up his second career win. But we need to welcome in somebody new here on the show, at least as of today. That's Greg Wolf. He is joining Annie Sterling upstairs.
Hi, Maggie. Good to be with you. That's a great story. Seeing a young man make his dreams become reality, and second win, but the second of many more ahead for a talented young rider.
Yeah, it was an excellent interview with Maggie. I really like him. Good guy to root for.
Well, we have first of two stakes on the card coming up. We have the Dwyer later, obviously, that important race in the 3-year-old division. Grand Couturier coming up next. Gufo making that equipment change. Going to be placed in the race a little bit closer and not have to come from so far behind and do so much work. There are the prices from that fifth. $13 on Awesome Indra.
Yeah, getting the job done off the claim. Congrats to Marvin Richards and Omar Hernandez Moreno, I believe. And Greg, welcome to the show, by the way. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you as well.
Yeah. Good action coming up. Some nice races coming up.
As mentioned, that Grand Couturier, which is next. It kicks off the late pick 4. And Gufo at 4 to 5 here, coming out of back-to-back, well, 4 straight grade 1s, essentially.
The blinkers are coming on, I would assume, in an attempt to get him to be able to finish the deal, because he's run very well against the best horses in his division, but he seems to have some problem passing them in the late stages, and that's a bit of a concern. His talent is there, and I thought he ran well in the Manhattan, finishing third and sort of bearing out badly top of the stretch, and it's been a bit of an issue. We'll see if he can get over the hump. This race changed a lot, though. Epic Bromance, Burning Bright, 2 horses with speed coming out, and the 7 Tie of the Sea, a bit of a price. He looks to be the lone leader in this race. Not sure he's good enough to win, but I took a small shot with him, thinking he'd be the main speed.
18 minutes away from the Grand Couturier coming up, trained by Christophe Clement. It's been past, present, and future for the Clement family in this business. He, of course, developed a passion, Christophe, for this sport from his father, Miguel, back in Chantilly, France. His brother trains there as well. And, of course, now his son, one of his top assistants. And they have been one of the top barns, Christophe, in this country for over 25 years.
Well, you don't really wake up in the morning thinking I'm going to win 2,000 races. You just wake up in the morning thinking, you know, let's do the best we can and do our job the best we can. But I never actually thought about the number itself. It's all about being grateful to, number one, the horses, you know, obviously my owners, because I've been very well supported over the years, and my help. You know, I've got very, very good people around me from every level, and it's all a teamwork. Family, help, owners, everybody involved, you know. I could also say that there's a huge difference with training today compared to what it was 20 years ago or 30 years ago. I don't think that one individual could be as successful today because of the amount of work between training the horses and being a horseman, between finding the right races, finding the jockeys, finding the talents at the sale or buying the horses in training, taking care of your payroll and your people. You know, one individual cannot do all that at that level. So if you have to have a team, so you've got to find the right people in order to form that team in order to be successful. That you always have to adapt and you always have to have an open mind, and sometimes we're dealing not just in the States, but worldwide, you're dealing with horsemen who are a little bit narrow-minded. You know, just when you travel and also when you get older, it's good to keep an open mind. Nobody is lazy and succeed in racing. It doesn't work. So you have to work, and that's if you have to stay disciplined and stay on it. Otherwise, you're not going to stay at whatever level. Always have to adapt because it changes all the time. Some people adapt better than some others, which is the reason why they last so long. And some don't, which is the reason why they don't seem to last.
There is Christophe, tremendous success in this sport for over a quarter of a century.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, it comes from a racing family. His brother Nicholas, a very successful trainer over in France, and he worked for Shug McGay when he first came over, and he's had a lot of great success. He had a tremendous meeting up in Saratoga last summer, and I'm sure he's plotting his attack as we speak.
Learned from the great Luca Cumani as well. Overseas.
Yeah. One of the greatest trainers in history.
Gufo 3-5 for the Clement barn in here, exiting that tough company. The blinkers do go on, and certainly they don't want to be up in front on the lead, but they don't want to give him as much work to do as well.
Yeah, and hopefully more focus in the late stages if he gets into a battle. He's a very good horse. It just seems like he's a little bit his own worst enemy at times.
3-5 on Gufo, looking for his 6th win on the turf. We'll have a paddock report post-parade coming up for the Grand Couturier when we come back here on America's Day at the Races.
Monmouth Park's summer season continues with live action Friday to Sunday. Home to full competitive fields and big paydays, Monmouth Park has returned as a place to profit. Average win payout up 44% in 2020 versus 2019. Average favorite price up 26%. Races won at odds on down 22%. Looking to make money this summer? Bet Monmouth Park.
Drop Billy, it is Speech and Javier and Cambia Pocket.
And cutting the corner beautifully was Grand Couturier. It's Precious Passion in front. Grand Couturier had to check and takes to the outside. Here's Interpretation. Here's Better Talk Now. They're coming down to the finish. Grand Couturier comes on through and charges to the lead. And under absolutely brilliant handling by Alan Garcia, Grand Couturier, a back-to-back winner here of the Sword Dancer.
Was a 2008 Sword Dancer and Grand Couturier, 2-time winner of that race. Also won the Grade 1 Turf Classic. He loved a yielding turf course, but proved he could also win on the firm going as well.
Yeah, and I mean, he was second in the Man of War here when Curlin finished third behind Red Rocks, and that was a super firm course. He was a terrific horse. Bobby Robato and Mark Keller brought him over from Europe, and an enormous success with him. What a race that was, by the way. And he's beating Better Talk Now.
Yeah, that's
not beating some
incredible
slouch.
To beat that Grand Motion runner. That's saying something as well to have that on the resume. Grand Turf runner indeed, 8-time winner, $1.4 million in earnings. Joe Hurst Turf Classic, 2 Sword Dancers, 3 Grade 1s in the career, and added a Grade 2 to the mix as well.
And I'm looking at his PPs here, and it appears that he really took off once they got rid of Richard Migliori.
Of course. We're always good at finding those
You may want to get
angles.
rid of these PPs when the MiG shows up.
You know, he's joining us soon.
Yes, I've heard.
6th race is the Grand Couturier coming up, and there is Gufo, 3-5. Joel Rosario back aboard for Christophe Clement.
Yeah, this is a really good horse. And, Christophe Clement and I were talking about this about 2 weeks ago, and he said, as he's pointing towards the Sword Dancer, the Grade 1 Sword Dancer at Saratoga, where he won't have to face domestic spending, who's been quite a thorn in his side. And Christophe said, I could ship him to Monmouth and run the Grade 1 UN, but I could also take him in my backyard to bring him over at Belmont Park and run him in the Grand Couturier. He decided to stay at Belmont Park, and their eye is on the prize of winning that Grade 1 in the Sword Dancer. And he wants to get him there, and it has to be very frustrating. It's great to have a horse like this in your barn, But this race, my gosh, I mean, this is over, right? I mean, he's going right by.
It's hard
and
to believe he doesn't get by.
And it's like the Wonder Woman invisible shield is there for him, and it's not the only time he's done it. He's a very good horse. He's his own worst enemy at times. We'll see if the blinkers help.
3 to 5. And by the way, that sword dancer that he's pointing to, that's August 28th at Saratoga. With more, let's head downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
Taking a look at Guffaw here in the paddock. He's a horse that progressively now in his third start off of the bench as a 4-year-old gets stronger, gets fitter in his appearance. He does add those blinkers, and even watching his last performance in the Grade 1 Manhattan, it still looked as though, despite that being his 10th career start, that he was still trying to figure things out. You know, he lags behind early on in his races. We'll see if the shortcut blinker applied today is going to change anything with regards to his early running style, but I hope it helps him kind of level off. He went very wide in that race, kind of weaved in and out down the lane, and I just think that he might run truer, straighter, and maybe not hang on the money. But the blinkers are the only thing I'm noticing. I could be wrong. I may have not noticed it last time, but I did notice that he has glue on shoes today. A lot of times it helps horses. So one thing that I think I'm noticing for the first time. Moving on to number 1, that is Red Knight, a very accomplished horse at this distance, and he looks the part. He comes back here looking strong. Now third off the bench. I thought he ran really well and respectably in that Grade 3 Louisville. He had to weave in and out of traffic, and he's a horse that didn't look comfortable whilst being in and out, in between horses, kind of got knocked around, switch back to his inside lead. We'll see what he does here. My always complaint with him is that he looks a bit peaked in those hindquarters, but still, for him, relatively speaking, he does look fit and strong. Moving on to number 7, Tide of the Sea. He has a huge pace advantage here. He looks as though he is the clear-cut speed in this 1.5-mile Grand Courtier. I've seen him look better, though, in the past. Going into this race, I thought maybe I'd take a shot with him. It's just he's been a lot more appealing at other times. He's kind of gotten hot, kidney sweat, and just kind of random places, and he's looked more resplendent in his coat than what he does today. We'll see what he does out there, and hopefully gets to flaunt his speed. Greg.
All right, Maggie, thanks. They're coming through that tunnel for the post parade coming up. Yeah, two scratches in here that really kind of change this race quite a bit. Horses that, well, 3 really, but with Moon Over Miami coming out. But 2 speedsters that were going to go to the front are gone. So what does that mean for Guffaw?
Well, it hurts Guffaw. I mean, I'm not saying he's not the horse to beat. He is. But you're losing a horse, Burning Bright, who's a little hard to make, and maybe they entered hoping the race came off the turf. You lose Epic Bromance. They were going to ensure they were moving a little bit up front. Now you have a reasonably talented horse as the main speed. It doesn't help Guffaw, that's for sure, and it helps one of his rivals a lot.
Here's Red Knight. He's won it 1.5 miles on this turf course in the past.
He is one of the best New York breds in training who loves Belmont, loves the distance, and he ran well behind Arklow, the very talented Arklow.
780,000 plus in earnings for that 7-year-old. He is 4-1 on the board. The Old Pro, Sadler's Joy, 2.6 mil in earnings, and the 8-year-old trying to end an 0 for 10 streak.
Now, he did finish first in one of those races, getting disqualified, rightfully so in the Bowling Green, but he probably ran the best race that day. I just wonder if he's as good as he once was, and with the lack of pace, I'm against him, but I always root for him.
And twice his plans were delayed this spring because of weather as well. Guffaw, 4 to 5 with those blinkers on for Clement.
Yeah, we'll see if it helps him focus a little bit more. We'll see how the race develops, but he is clearly the horse to beat.
Grade 1 winner here at Belmont. Here's the 7, Tide of the Sea. Luis Saez, Mike Maker.
I'm taking a small shot that he can wire this field. He's run well when he can control races. He hasn't been able to do it recently. I'm hoping he can do it. I do worry a bit about the give in the ground, though. He's better on firm turf.
Now, Shamrock, sure, he won an entry-level allowance last start, but he's only beat a length and a half of the Grade 1 Man of War before that.
Yeah, he beat up on horses that would be 100-1 in this race last time, but he also ran very well. He got a tough trip in there. He was wide, and he ran well in there. We'll see if he can compete. He certainly did 2 back.
Quineños at 20-1. Jose Lezcano for Brad Cox.
He would obviously have to step it up for Brad Cox to be competitive. Here he cuts back from a 2-mile race last time.
5 minutes to post. In this Grand Couturier, purse of $150,000 starts the pick 4. You see that current pool closing in on $300,000 plus. You can get involved in the pick 4, bet the race individually. All the action we're showing you, of course, with Naira Bets. To use that offer right there, that 100% deposit match of up to $200 for new members with the promo code MATCH200. There it is. Go to NYRABets.com or download the app and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Many are betting again Gauffin, even though he comes up, at least the last few races, just short, and it keeps looking like he's going to get through. Look, that's Grade 1 company. That's really tough spots he's been in. Let's take a look, though, at Sadler's Joy, who's been around seemingly forever since we've been doing these shows, and he's still got ability.
He's a remarkable horse, and it's interesting looking at him. He seems to win or run third, right? He's only got the 4 seconds. He's got 7 wins and 11 thirds. It's a tricky horse. He can be tough to ride because he doesn't have an extended burst. You need to time it very, very well. His races down at Gulfstream were not good. Now, maybe he hasn't run his best race in the past at Gulfstream, but they were very, very disappointing efforts, and he had his chances. We'll see if he can come back to the form he once has. At one time, he would have absolutely been way the horse to beat in here, even with Gauffin in here. I just don't know if he's still that horse at 8.
Well, here's the last time he crossed the wire first. He ran a very good race. He'd wind up getting disqualified, and as you said, rightfully so.
Yeah, he absolutely should have. He definitely committed a foul in this race. I thought it was the correct decision to take him down. Doesn't mean he didn't run the best race in here, but he did come over and make things tight, and he was placed 4th. In my heart, I hope he runs really well. I really do, because he's one of those horses that, as you say, he's been around a long time, and he's helped make our racing more entertaining here. I just don't know if he's that horse anymore. The good news, the connections is, his half-brother, Wolfie's Dynaghost, was very impressive winning an off-the-turf race on Saturday here. So he may be tailing off, but maybe there's a bright future for Wolfie's Dynaghost. And Tom Albertrani had said, I'll keep running him on the dirt until he shows he can't run on the dirt, and he's run very well on it, and then we'll run him on the turf, which his pedigree says he should love.
6-1 on a Grade 1 winner. He won the 2017 Sword Dancer, Sadler's Joy. 8 years old. Can he turn that streak around? So you have this 4-year-old Gauffin against a couple of crafty old veterans, Sadler's Joy and Red Knight, the 7-year-old on the rail for Belmont. With more, let's check in with Jonathan Kinchin.
Yeah, Red Knight feels like the type of horse that is obviously, like most of these horses in here, is up against it from a pace standpoint. But one of the things I wanted to kind of focus on when talking about these two horses is that the pace in this race is going to be extremely slow, I would imagine. And I would imagine that all of these closers are going to get invited into the race. Unless Luis Saez and Tide of the Sea are very aggressive, I would imagine that these horses are going to get invited in the race. And the way that Red Knight ran last time in the Louisville makes him a contender if that happens. Now, if the pace is a little bit more honest and he's a little bit further back, he might have too much to do. But I have a feeling from the inside with Manny Franco, who's been a little bit more aggressive, should at least keep Red Knight connected. Arklow, obviously a very talented older horse going long on the turf, so I like that form. And I feel like Red Knight, who has won a couple times off a layoff, should be in a good position here. If the dynamics of the race play into his hands, that leads me to the 6, Gauffin. This is a horse that a lot of times when you first start off as a handicapper, you look at blinkers and you think, oh, that's going to make the horse go faster earlier. That's not always the case, as I've come to determine, is that sometimes it's just a focus thing. A little bit late in the race is trying to get that extra punch out of Gauffin. They're hoping that maybe the blinkers can do so. If Gauffin is connected in this race and the pace does not – something crazy doesn't happen from a pace standpoint and put him in a bad position, I think he'll finally get over the hump. Like Andy mentioned, he's been facing a lot better than he is today.
4 consecutive Grade 1s he's been in. Of course, he started that streak with a win in that Belmont Derby. So he can get over the hump here against older horses. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
We'll jump from the 4-year-old to the 8-year-old here in Sadler's Joy, coming back now for his first start in New York of 2021, and always a horse that is a more brawny type of individual. So sometimes he looks as though he'll benefit from racing from that fitness perspective. Not the case here today. Yes, we did see him at least in late March down at Gulfstream, but I do think he looks probably one of the more fit times I've seen him, especially with that break in mind. The only thing is, though, I wish he had a little bit more energy. Sometimes when he does his best running is when he's showing that keen demeanor prior to his races. And with the lack of speed in here, I don't know where that necessarily leaves him. Moving on to number 9, maybe taking some nibbles for Todd Pletcher and Arad Ortiz, Shamrocket. Very robust looking horse. I mean, if I didn't have PPs in front of me and I didn't know these horses and I was blindly picking them, the 2 picks of the paddock would by far be Guffaw and Shamrocket. He's just very kind of got that big old crusty neck on him. And it seemed as though the 1.5 miles lends itself well to what he wants to do. It's just he's going to have to run faster. He's facing some better horses. He's going to have to get faster. I don't know if that happens today, but just one look that looks as though he's doing well heading into this effort, and maybe he is on that upward trajectory. Greg?
We will find out shortly. Everyone believing Guffaw gets it done in here. And, you know, back to Jonathan's point, we talked about with those blinkers, Christophe Clement sounded like with them going on, he wanted to get him involved a little bit earlier. That was the case with the equipment change. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if he's more engaged, but he may be closer. We'll see. I mean, I think that all depends maybe more on the pace, and we'll see. And, you know, we talk about this course. I know they've labeled it good, but in the one turf race that we saw so far, and this is on the Widener, the outer turf course, and that was on the inner, it's closer to yielding, I think, than it is to good. But there is given this ground.
And how slow is Luis Saez going to be able to get to go on that front end here?
Well, I would touch on something Jonathan was touching on as well. I think it would be a mistake for Luis Saez to back it down so much to bring the whole field into it. You're the controlling speed. You're also good. Don't let them all bunch up behind you in a slow pace. Air it out a little bit. Open up 3 or 4. Make them have to run a little bit to keep up with you. This is the worst that's shown he can do that. So I think it would be a mistake. I agree with what Jonathan was saying. If he slows it down so much and the field bunches together, he has no edge whatsoever.
See potentially what we sometimes see on that inner turf at Saratoga over the summer, where horses run off, open up 10, 15 lengths. I don't know if he's going to do that, but, he has the potential to be clear.
Use that speed advantage to your advantage. Don't use it to just be in front. Use it to make them have to work to keep up with you a little bit.
8-1 on that speedster, Tide of the Sea, who'll see if he can get the big assist here with a couple of scratches of the other speeds who are out, and leaves him as the one to be setting the pace early on with a man who is masterful at being able to do that on the front end, Luis Saez. But most believing Guffaw is going to be able to run him down no matter what happens in here.
He's not a horse that you're ever that confident running horses down these days, but on the other hand, some of those losses have been in domestic spending, who is the best turf horse in the country.
Yes, who is heading next to the race formerly known as the Arlington Million.
Yes, where he'll be very tough to beat. He's trying to emulate his former barn mate. Not really, Bricks and Mortar.
They're all alumni together, right? From the same stable?
He's trying to follow in his footsteps.
For Chad Brown, loading up, Guffaw. The equipment change, will it make the difference here? Get him back into the winner's circle for the first time since late in his 3-year-old campaign in that Grade 1 Belmont Derby. Let's go upstairs. Johnny Brial with the call.
And they're off. Shamrocket and Tide of the Sea. And it will be Tide of the Sea to grab the early lead. And Shamrocket and Caneños on the outside. Red Knight is 4th, followed by Sadler's Joy, and Guffaw is the early trailer in 6th. Up front, Tide of the Sea leads here by 2 lengths, with Caneños racing in 2nd. And then on the outside is Shamrocket in 3rd. And down at the hedge is Red Knight next in 4th. And they're followed by Sadler's Joy. And the trailer is Guffaw. The favorite is last as they race around the clubhouse turn. The quarter, 26 seconds over the good turf. Now Tide of the Sea steps away here to lead by 3.5 lengths. Caneños is in 2nd by a little more than a length. And Shamrocket is next in 3rd. Red Knight at the hedge alongside is Sadler's Joy, and Guffaw is at the back. Now they've reached the backstretch, the half mile in 51 seconds. Tide of the Sea setting this leisurely pace here and leading by 2.5 lengths. And then it is Caneños in 2nd by a half length. Shamrocket's on the outside in 3rd, followed by Red Knight and Sadler's Joy and Guffaw. They're midway up the backstretch now. Tide of the Sea still in front here by a length and a half. 3/4 up in 1:16 2. It's Tide of the Sea by almost 2 lengths. Caneños is in 2nd, and then Shamrocket next in 3rd, with Red Knight on the inside, followed by Sadler's Joy and Guffaw. No movement yet as the field goes around the far turn. It is Tide of the Sea by 3/4 of a length. And then in between horses is Shamrocket. Down on the inside is Caneños. On the outside, Sadler's Joy has gained ground, and now Gufo makes a wide move as they come for the top of the stretch. Red Knight is in behind horses. The field now heads for home in the Grand Couturier Stakes. On the outside, here comes Gufo now to take over the lead. Tide of the Sea continues to battle on. Gufo angled out there as they come down for the 16th pole, but Gufo is in front. And Gufo is going to post the victory here with the addition of those blinkers. Tide of the Sea held second. Shamrocket was third.
Gufo the win, drifting a little bit in this stretch. It's just better than this field, though, and it seems like Joel Rosario rode him like he knew that.
I think they might want to change his name to Gufo, Goofo, because he is a bit of a goofball.
Yes,
I mean, it looked like he was going to win this race by the length of the stretch, didn't it? And frankly, Tide of the Sea, who looked done top of the stretch, he held very gamely to be second here and holding off Shamrocket, but Gufo coming from last. And I'll tell you, it's like 2:28.73 on this course with a lot of giving it. That's a very, very solid time, so it's nice to see him get back in the winner's circle. The question, I think, for Christophe is, does he think he was much more focused with those blinkers?
And do you give him more credit, too, that those speedsters didn't back up, and this is a soft pace up front, and he was able to close into that and win?
I think that's a very, very valid point. He did make up real ground, and as you say, the number 9 was sitting fairly close behind Tide of the Sea, and Tide of the Sea was extremely game, and he was able to put him away. I do give him credit. These are not bad horses behind him. They may not be the best turf horse in the country, but they're not bad horses. And Gufo, who is a bit of a goofball, gets it done, and we'll see how badly he drifted.
Well, here's an example of that goofiness. Yeah, the blinkers, I don't know if they really did their job or not, but he's a little erratic here.
Well, and you see Joel, oh boy, does he drift there. Wow. And Joel's using the crop. And he's not a guy who does that. You know, he's a guy who hand rides much of the time, and he realizes this horse is a bit of a handful. And listen, I had, told Christophe, if it's time to start blaming Joel for this, so he was riding to keep them out.
Good call. That was much more dramatic than it even looks into the stretch with that head on. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
I don't think they made any difference. I think he was just better than this field. We are hearing an inquiry has been posted here with regards to no numbers blinking yet, so we'll see as we do see Jose Ortiz heading into the room here to talk to the stewards. So we did see Sadler's Joy checking when Gufo kind of drifted on him, and I think he's a horse that even with the blinkers, he's still looking for a horse to hang on. He wants to have a horse to hang on. That is his thing. So I think he was just so much better. But we'll see what takes place here with this inquiry that we are checking out many different angles here on the track feed. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thank you.
I'm glad the stewards are looking at it. They should absolutely look at it. It's the right thing to do. I think this would be it works for me if the 7 gets put up. I don't think there's any chance they'll take this horse down. I believe he was well clear of the number 3 when he was drifting, and I don't believe that this affected him at all. In fact, you could argue there the 3 is no. Let's get the MIG up here.
We'll see if we get a look at that head on. Yeah, it is Sadler's Joy, right?
I think.
I believe that's.
Yeah, this is
where the interference is.
It's a frivolous claim.
Or the alleged interference. And yeah, that's Jose Ortiz who rode Sadler's Joy, so he's going to make his case to the stewards. And there it is, yes. So it was Jose who claimed foul. And both Joel and Jose now will make their case to the stewards.
I think this will be relatively quickly dismissed. No argument with Jose claiming. And always believe that the stewards should let the public know they're looking in these situations. I think the public deserves that in this situation. You drift, but how this possibly affected the order of finish. And I bet the 7, so I have a vested interest in him coming down, but I believe it would be absolutely the wrong thing to do to take this horse down.
All right, I believe we're going to get a look at this head on again here coming up.
Okay, Sadler's Joy's inside of Gufo right now. So Jose's going to say in there maybe he came over a bit, but isn't Jose kind of drifting behind him?
He's drifting out, but then in front of him, Gufo's kind of going step in step with him coming out.
I think our friend Richard Migliori agrees with us. This is not coming down. Is that correct, Richie? Yes. Like I said,
shaking his head now.
Stewards looking at it, always a good thing.
Well,
This
and
horse is-
Jose Ortiz, look, he has
claimed.
to do that. That's
Of course,
his job, right?
absolutely. No question about it. I have no problem with that. This horse should not come down. I don't know how anything happened out there that affected any order of finish. Sadler's Joy was not out finishing anybody.
Yeah, it's
Could
tough
show
to
it
see
100
from this
times,
angle,
it's not
but
gonna
did look
change.
like your winner was well clear, too. So let's head down to Maggie. Maggie, your thoughts?
Well, I just have to report what Joel just said to me as he came out of the room after talking to the stewards, and he just smiled and said, "No change." So there, well, the jockey that's on the back of the horse that's in question does feel confident that he will be left up here, but we'll have to see. Tired of the Sea even went home, so Jose Ortiz went back to the jocks room. The only horse out here is Guffaw and his connection, so I think everybody shares the same sentiment that Guffaw should be left up just because he was best here, Greg.
Look, regardless what happens here, and everyone seems to think that Guffaw is going to be fine. He's going to get this win for Clement and Rosario. He's still got some issues to work out.
No, he does. I agree with that. I don't know, and Richie, feel free to shake your head on this. I wonder if he's a bit of a lazy horse when he sort of gets there. He just seems to be his own worst enemy with his behavior. And as Maggie, I agree with what Maggie said. The blinkers didn't make any difference whatsoever with him. You know, he's a goofball. Like I said, it should be GOOFO. Because that's what he does. He ran fine here, and I think this is a solid enough effort. As you said, Greg, closing from last in a no-pace race whatsoever. Now, this is the pan, so the question, I guess, more is, does he come over on Sadler's Joy?
Yeah, right there, yeah.
I know Jose pulled him off. I don't see it. And like I said, I bet Tie of the Sea. What? Richie thinks it's taking no, it stays. It's over. He stays.
Well,
the
it's
right
been
call was
dismissed,
made.
so no change.
Yep.
But yeah, it did look like that coming in on Sadler's Joy, the 3, that was the initial problem right there, the squeeze. More than that move back outside.
Yeah. I get what Jose's saying. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I don't think it affected anything. The stewards made the right call.
Yep, no change. Result will stand 6-7-9-3. 6th career win for Guffaw.
Bye, Greg. I'm leaving you.
Are they going to take the blinkers off next start?
No. But I need to go.
All right, Andy wants to leave, so we're going to take a break. We had a great
need to
segment.
leave.
We had a great segment lined up, but we want you to be happy.
It's more about my bladder than it's about me, to be honest
We
with
got
you.
Mig stepping in next. We were planning to take a break anyway. We'll see you on Friday.
Look
That's
forward to
right.
it.
Yeah,
Enjoy
final
your
3
days
days
off.
of the meet coming up.
You
Got
enjoy
a
your
lot
week?
more to settle here, though. And we're going to talk about mind control and that upset over Firenze Fire and what that means for both those horses when we come back. Mig joining me next. Stay tuned.
The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words: breed shaper, plain and simple. 2-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin, is just that. Breed shaper, Curlin, the classic sire.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. That brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anytime, anywhere. Well, our first stakes race here, the Grand Cotier, did go to Gafo, your favorite, but not without a little drama, Joelle, as we did see an objection and inquiry. A horse that is not the easiest to ride. With the blinkers on, did it make any difference with him today?
I mean, he was a little more focused today. It looked like, I know it's low pace in front, but he was there for me, and the bridle never had to ask him, to get him in his position. So, yeah, he ran really well.
The drifting, what is that about?
I mean, he just I had nobody on the outside, so I kind of hit him once, and he just kind of drifted a little bit, and then I corrected him right away. It was nobody there, so that was fine.
You seem pretty confident after the objection. Joelle, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
All right, now on to the guy to my right as Christophe Clamade. Big smiles here. Gafo, he's been so close so many times in those big Grade 1 races at Christophe, and he gets back to the winner's circle here. As you said, taking a little step back in class, but good to see him with this performance.
No, absolutely. It's his third start of the year. It was important to win today. He won, which is great. And we can think about, the summer goal is going to be like the Sword Dancer. And let's focus on that. We'll go to Saratoga. We'll play with him for the next 2 or 3 weeks. And then we'll go on again. And it's important to keep a fresh horse for the fall. So I don't like to train them all summer long. And he's going to have a little bit of a break, and then we go on again.
Interesting. So Sword Dancer would likely be his next start on Travers Day.
For sure. I mean, I was laying, that's the plan at the moment.
Well, congratulations. Enjoy this win here today.
We will. I promise you we will.
I love the big smile we're getting here from Christophe Clamade, but the Gufo victorious and the Grand Cotier today. Good to see this 4-year-old back in the winner's circle, as we do need to welcome in former champion jockey Richard Migliori to the set as he joins Greg.
Hi, Mig.
Hi, I'm glad to be here.
Good to have you on. We'll see what happens. So August 28th, book it, Grade 1 Sword Dancer for Gufo here. And off that performance, what do you think about him going forward?
Well, I think he's obviously shown that he belongs in Grade 1 company. He's his own worst enemy. He seems a bit tricky to ride. Sometimes he wants to lag early. He's caught races where not a lot of pace. And I think with a horse like him, when there's not a lot of pace, he has too much time to think. I think if he caught a race with genuine pace where he was kind of more swept up, caught up in the race, his focus might be a bit more. I don't think the blinkers did anything for him today. He ran the same exact race he ran last time.
Yeah, we talked about it with Andy a little bit too, saying, look, there was not much pace in that race at all.
No.
It was dawdling. He was still able to overcome it and get the win. You give him credit for that.
Well, absolutely, especially making that wide, sustained run when the race is speeding up. He's running further than everybody else and faster than everybody else to catch up. So I think there was a lot of positives about this race. The negatives are his tendency to lag a bit too much and to kind of lose his line. He wants to drift. He drifts inside. He got after him with a left-handed crop. He drifted outside. You're not going to be as successful against Grade 1 company making mistakes. You can get away with it in a race like this today, an overnight stake, a solid race, a good race.
Not in a Sword Dancer.
But not in the Sword Dancer.
Yeah. Gets the win here at odds on. Let's take a look at our follow along in today's late pick 5. Awesome Indra kicked it off at $13 winner and now an odds on favorite. But that first leg, that's going to play big.
Always nice to get off with at least a little bit of a price.
Yeah.
Beat a few favorites and kind of narrow down the gene pool, if you will.
7th race. It's 1.25 miles on the inner turf. And we should mention the rail is out 35 feet on the inner turf. This is an entry-level allowance coming up in a wide open field. 7-2 is the favorite right now. Well, actually 3-1 on Sister O'Toole, who was 10-1 morning line.
Yeah, taking a lot of money early. It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out, but she did close well going 1 mile and 16th. A lot of times people get caught up in that, where they close going shorter, so that'll translate well to going longer, and we know that's not always the case.
All right, we'll talk more about this field coming up in a moment. We're going to look back to yesterday and that big race in the sprint division, the John Nehru, that Grade 2, where everyone thought it was going to be a coronation here for Firenze Fire. Again, dealt with that inside post, so sort of forced to go with him. But Mind Control moving to the Todd Pletcher barn, their tactics, we can't let this horse get away.
Well, their tactics worked. I mean, Firenze Fire broke beautifully from the inside. The winner, he broke well, but not as well. And you saw Johnny Velazquez's intent. Hustled him. they basically turned it into a match race. These horses were never more than a head apart. What I find interesting here on Mind Control, Johnny Velasquez, you see Irad coming out to him. They were shoulder to shoulder. Irad's trying to race right a little. Johnny held as tight and straight a line as you possibly can. And I'm telling you, in a full-out stretch battle, it is a very difficult thing to do. This was as perfect a line as a jockey could hold, and you had a Hall of Famer hooked up with a future Hall of Famer, both jockey school graduates from the Puerto Rican jockey school in Puerto Rico, excuse me. And Johnny Buss is kind of showing the young guns, hey, I still got a trick or two up my sleeve.
We saw it on the Derby with him too, that crafty ride on Medina Spirit. Got to give Mind Control as you look at what he's best at. He's a bit of a 7-8 specialist, so that's not really Firenze Fire's wheelhouse. I know even Kelly Breen thought he'd be fine at 7, but you look at Mind Control, 5 of his 8 wins at 7/8 of a mile, 2 of them grade 1s, 2 grade 3s, and now he adds this grade 2 John Nayrud as well. Let's hear from Todd Pletcher on the win.
I told Todd I'm going to come out there running. Hopefully I'm close to Irad or Irad's horse, and hopefully we go from there. And I know he's a fighter, and he goes right head and head with the other horse, and he fought the whole way around.
What was different today? I mean, from when you had ridden him in the past, because taking down a horse like Firenze Fire, who loves it here at Belmont, what made the difference to beat him?
That we broke good, we were right head at head with him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the chance to. You know, there wasn't much speed, you know, to go with him. So I told Todd, maybe we come out there running. If somebody goes crazy, they go with him. And I said, but if nobody goes, at least I'm there.
Johnny, that's why you're in the Hall of Fame. Congratulations here. Job well done with Mind Control, a horse that you have a storied and rich past with.
Thank you. He got it done, though. He did everything I wanted him to do.
We definitely wanted to get away cleanly and try to put a little pressure on the favorite. You know, he's a horse, once he gets into a rhythm, he'll just keep grinding away. So we wanted to get away cleanly, and fortunately broke really well. You know, and he's shown that in the past. He's a fighter, and you know, I knew when he got his head in front, he was gonna give everything he had. He's a very willing horse to train. He came into us in excellent condition, and so you know, we've been pointing for this race for a while. He had some really good breezes leading into it, some good paddock schooling sessions. Everything seemed to really gel today, and he was really composed in the paddock. Seemed to break alertly, and did everything we were hoping he'd do.
Homebred for Red Oak Stable, owned in part by Madacat Stables as well. But how about that? First start with Todd Pletcher. Grade 2 victory, gets back on track for this horse who'd been 0 for 8, his last 8 coming in. You look at what's going to happen next for these horses. Mind Control, they want to keep him at 7-8. So it looks like 4 go for him, likely the Vanderbilt for Firenze Fire.
Yeah, and it would be nice if they hooked up again, either in the 4-go or the Vosburg going further in the fall. And obviously Breeders' Cup Sprint has to be on both their agendas, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, I think, well, Kelly Breen was talking about, he said, hey, good thing for us, sprints at 6 furlongs, not 7.
Well, that'll play into Firenze Fire's strength. Now, Firenze Fire is good wherever he goes. But I think we all agree that he certainly has an affinity for Belmont. So that's something that maybe, plays a slight role in this as well, taking that game to another track and being as effective.
He had to be taken out of his game a little bit, too, because these last 2 races, even though he won the race before in the True North, he was drawn that inside post, and he was sort of forced to go.
Yeah, and he's a horse that is very comfortable in a stalking role, but by the same token, Mind Control is as well. So they kind of took him out of his comfort zone. I think it was just a knockdown drag out between 2 very good sprinters, and Mind Control got the best of him in receipt of 2 pounds, was beaten a long head, 2 pounds. I've always considered that more like running with a Snickers bar in your pocket or not for a horse. But
it's a big Snickers.
Well, he was in, but he was big horse.
Yes.
He was in receipt of a 2-pound weight advantage as well. Listen, real good race.
Mind Control could do some more damage down the line. He's a 2-time Grade 1 winner at Saratoga, where, again, likely we're going to see him in the 4-go at 7/8 later this summer. We're going to take a break. When we come back, 7th race is next on the agenda, approaching the 10-minute mark to post. There is high opinion. Morning line favorite, Irad Ortiz Jr., looking for another win here, teaming up with Anthony Dutrow, getting another crack at 1.25 miles, this 4-year-old filly.
Following Sea and Happy Soul faced winners for the first time to kick off the Belmont Stakes week. Following Sea was in cruise control throughout and galloped home 6.5 lengths in front, scoring an amazing 100 Beyer speed figure. Happy Soul, who recorded the highest Beyer speed figure for a 2-year-old filly when breaking her maiden in May, came back and strolled by 11.5 lengths in the Astoria. Seeing is believing. 2 run happies, 2 freakish romps at Belmont Park by a combined 18 lengths. Run happy, standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
Have a summer reunion like never before. Tickets to Saratoga Racecourse are on sale now. There's something for everyone at Saratoga, from the backyard picnic area to the 1863 Club. Saratoga Racecourse is the summer place to be. Every day this summer is jam-packed with excitement, featuring the best racing in the world. Secure your spot today for your return to Saratoga, July 15th through Labor Day. Visit NYRA.com/Saratoga for information and tickets.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security. He smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Secure your mare's future. Maximum Security.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2 and Bally Sports Southern California. Good to have you with us. Program brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. We're up to the 7th race on this Monday program. 1.25 miles over the inner turf. Entry-level allowance as we take a look at High Opinion in here. Irad Ortiz Jr. looking for number 3 on the afternoon as we head downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
Well, and Christophe Clement's looking for his 2nd win here in back-to-back victories as he'll send out 2 in here. The 2 3-year-old fillies facing some older company here. That is nothing strange to, or new, to number 5 Community Adjusted. But Creative Cairo, she did Breaker Maiden against older horses, tried the Grade 3 Wonder again at 1 1/8. She had a little bit of a rough trip going into the first term, but after that, you know, she just really didn't have much to offer. She seems to me like she is a little bit of, she has a little bit of a quickening stride, but she doesn't really have that big turn of foot. So I actually like her getting out to 1.25 miles today. She's a big, beautiful, rangy filly, and certainly size-wise matches up well to her older foes in here. I like what I'm seeing, honestly, from both the Christophe Clement trainees, but I just thought that Creative Cairo was quite interesting. As number 6, Prairie Wings, she'll put the blinkers on, just a shortcut blinker after last time. She had the lead, and then we saw Windfall Profit take it away from her, and she was kind of choked down after that. And I always say, when you take hold of a horse and choke them down in the middle of the race, you're taking away a lot more energy than if you're just letting them bowl along. So they put the blinkers on today. You have to think the intention is go to the lead, depending on what Windfall Profit does. But I like the fact she's kind of gotten on her toes, gotten on the muscle since Jose Lascano climbed aboard. And I think she has a bit of an excuse. I like the blinkers on today. She looks the part here for Todd Pletcher. And then on the outside is your current favorite, High Opinion. To me, at least watching that race, she looked as though she wanted to lug in a bit with Joe Bravo, firm hold of his outside right rein and kind of asking her with the inside crop. I don't know if she really wants 1.25 miles. I'll be honest. She doesn't give the physical impression that she wants to go this far, and I didn't love that effort. I'd be willing to take a stand against her if she goes off. The favorite, Greg.
Maggie, thanks. Post parade here coming up shortly, approaching the 5-minute mark to post here in this 7th race coming up. So 3-1 favorite remains High Opinion. 57 wins at the meet for Irad Ortiz Jr., the meet leader.
And has to start a suspension. Today is his last day of riding at this Belmont Springs stand. He won't be seen again till Saratoga. He's got to hope he can hold off his brother, who is relentless.
3 back with 3 more riding days after this. Here's Windfall Profit, maybe the only other potential speed to the 6 in here.
inside. Javier Castellano got familiar with her last time. It'll be interesting to see tactics today.
Sister O'Toole, 7-2 Graham Motion. Louis Size, this is the one who opened up as the early favorite.
Yeah, it took a lot of money. She's been training down at Fair Hill, stretches to 1.25 miles.
Still taking play. It was, again, 10-1 morning line, 7-2 currently. Here's Creative Cairo off a maiden win. That was a tough spot. Grade 3 Wonder again.
Yeah, jumped right into the Wonder again. Very tough spot and had a little bit of trouble early. Gets Joel Rosario. We just saw win on Gufo.
And stablemate, Clamont's Community Adjusted. Manny Franco will ride.
Yeah, for Rob Masiello and Empire Racing Club. So Rob Masiello's Fire win yesterday. I think this filly really has improved with every start. And if she has a little more forward movement in her, I think she could be tough right back.
Prairie Wings, this looks like to be the one who can control in the front end. Blinkers going on, Jose Lezcano.
Yeah, she's done her best running when she's allowed to run more freely. I agree with Maggie. Manny kind of got into a wrestling match with her last time. They add blinkers. That speaks to intention of allowing her or making her show her speed.
Todd Pletcher trains the daughter of Tappet. Was $800,000 purchase at auction. Here's Come Storming, big long shot, 17-1.
Yeah, making the second start, for Steve Caceres. Good horseman, but she's stepping up against a fairly tough group.
And 3-1 favorite. Here's High Opinion. Again, Irad Ortiz Jr. looking for number 3 today, teaming up with Anthony Dutrow.
Yeah, she feels like one of those horses that has done her best running, closing into fairly sharp paces. These 1.25 mile races, we tend not to get very fast paces. What excuses did she have last time?
Stakes place, but yeah, at this level, coming out of that stake, the last 2 starts, beaten as the favorite, and did not appear like 1.25 miles was really up her alley last start.
No, it really didn't. She kind of made a little bit of a close and then leveled off, flattened out like a horse that doesn't really want to go that far. Her best race by far was the Winter Memories, but before that, she came from way back on a fast pace going 7 furlongs. I just think at a short price, why would I want her at that price going 1.25 miles?
Yeah, make her prove it to you that she wants this distance. Meanwhile, Community Adjusted, one of a couple in here for Clement. This was back on May the 20th, and this was the maiden win. 4th time for her she broke through. This was at 1.25 miles.
And she got an absolutely picture-perfect trip. Saved every inch of ground. Got that coveted garden trip, in the pocket. Was able to come out, split horses. I just like the way she did it. I thought she was professional, and I think that if you look in the context of her racing, she's continually improved, and she comes right back at 1.25 miles. And I know she had a nice work on the turf, and she actually worked with a very good filly at Plum Ali. And now it's a workout. They're not trying to beat each other, but she certainly looked good and matched up with her in the mornings.
We'll be talking about Plum Ali a little bit later on in the program, but yeah, she is very talented. She is the only Community Adjusted, the only filly in this field with a win at this level. It definitely matters who you're lining up against, but at least she has it on the resume. JK, your thoughts on Community Adjusted?
Well, my thoughts are I got to start getting booked without 2 smart people on the show at the same time as me, because you guys both literally said the things I was going to say. This is the only horse that hasn't won going 10 furlongs. I think that accounts for something. And then I was thinking I was going to be cute and clever by pointing out the fact this horse worked with Plum Ali. I need you guys to stay out later on the nights before the shows when I'm on with you. Look, I just like a horse that can go 10 furlongs and has proven it. The rest of these horses are going to be trying to prove it for the first time. I like the price of the 5 Community Adjusted. The horse comes in here fresh. You get Manny Franco, who's familiar, who won on the horse last time, who's also riding lights out. Lots of things to like about the 5 Community Adjusted. The other horse I'll mention is the 2 Sister O'Toole. This is a horse that the pace was not particularly fast last time, and this horse closed into that. We talk about it on the show all the time. It's one of my favorite trips in turf racing. It's one of the kind of the last little nuggets of hidden jewels that you can find in this game with so much technology and so many things being publicized. We talk about Plum Ali working with Community Adjusted. There's just hard things. It's hard to find stuff still that no one really catches on to. And I think that's one of the little things you can still find is closing in to slow paces. So I felt like the 2 Sister O'Toole was the one that I wanted in that situation. The one big question I had, and I'm glad we have Maggie coming up here next to answer, but a couple of starts back, they tried this filly sprinting, and now they tried the 1.16 miles. That went well enough, and now they're going even further. Does she look like a sprinter, Maggie, or does she look like a horse that wants to go 10 furlongs?
Yeah, Jonathan, I think this is the right spot. I think maybe that sprint race was just one to get her back to the races, to strengthen up, get some more fitness coming back off that layoff dating back to the middle of July last year. So it was a long layoff for her to overcome of 10 months, and she looks incredibly fit and strong here, and she has that little bit more of that longer tubular type of body. So that's initially what I'm always looking for with these horses trying to get these longer distances, and she possesses that. And I think it's interesting that she opened up to such a short price. She is taking money as Luis Saez and Grand Motion teaming up, as they had some grade 1, grade 2. Well, anyway, they had success in the New York earlier in June on Belmont Stakes Racing Festival with Mean Mary.
Well, it's 5-2, and in a wide open race where it's tough to really separate anyone. The public here of late, the last 6 months or so, they've been going Irad Ortiz Jr. He is dominating the tote board, major difference maker. Despite the fact that this filly did not appear to love a mile and a quarter last time out, she does have a runner-up finish in a stakes race, but it was at a mile and a 16th. Very different scenario.
Irad's been moving the board. When a rider gets hot and people can latch onto it, they do, and he has become a fan favorite, a darling of the crowd.
That's what winning 3 consecutive Eclipse Awards will do for you.
Not bad for the resume.
4 straight between the brothers. Jose earned that first of those 4 consecutive, and then Irad 3 in a row, and it looks like he's well on track to win a 4th.
Been riding lights out. Unfortunate that he got injured early in the meet. He'd have a big lead in the jockey standings.
We are set here for the 7th. So 5-2, high opinion. Irad looking for number 3 on the favorite. Filly by Lemon Drop Kid for Anthony Dutrow. Let's go upstairs. Here's John Imbrial with the call.
They're all in line. And they're off. Windfall Profit from the inside post. Sister O'Toole came away racing in second. And then it is Community Adjusted. And on the outside comes Storming as the field races into the clubhouse turn. And it is Windfall Profit who shows the way here. Up on the outside is Come Storming to move into second. Sister O'Toole is next in third. And then it is Community Adjusted in fourth, followed by Creative Cairo next in fifth. At the back of the pack are High Opinion and Prairie Wings. First quarter, 24 seconds. And the gray Windfall Profit takes the field to the backstretch, leads here by 2.5 lengths. Long Shot Comes Storming is running in second. It's 4.5 lengths. Back to Sister O'Toole, who is next in third. Followed on the outside by Community Adjusted. Then Creative Cairo is down at the fence. Alongside is High Opinion. Prairie Wings is at the back. The half mile in 47-4. It's Windfall Profit with a 5-length lead now. Come Storming is in second by almost 7. Then Sister O'Toole in third. Alongside is Community Adjusted, who is racing in fourth. They're followed by Creative Cairo, High Opinion, and Prairie Wings. Windfall Profit in front right from the start, continues to lead. The lead's down to 2.5 lengths. Comes Storming, getting a bit closer now in second. It's another 4. Back to Sister O'Toole in third. Followed on the outside by Community Adjusted. Now High Opinion makes a move on the extreme outside. Down on the inside is Creative Cairo, and Prairie Wings continues to trail. 3/4 in 12-3. They head for home with Windfall Profit trying to take them wire to wire here. Sister O'Toole on the attack on the outside in second. Then it is High Opinion, Community Adjusted, and Creative Cairo. They pass the 8th pole. It's Windfall Profit on the inside and Sister O'Toole on the outside. Sister O'Toole now takes the lead in the stretch, and it will be Sister O'Toole by a length. High Opinion got up for second, then Creative Cairo, Community Adjusted, and the pace-setting Windfall Profit.
Well, that early money spot on, and she continued to take money throughout. Again, 10-1 morning line goes off at 9-2. Sister O'Toole for Grand Motion. Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners with Luis Saez picks up the win.
Boy, did she get a beautiful trip under Luis Saez. He got to stay every inch of ground on the rail until he came out into the stretch. to run by the one Windfall Prophet, who was just much too eager, pulling on Javier Castellano. And she actually hung in there very gamely, just kind of bottomed out a little bit late. And they bunched up for second. It did look like your favorite, High Opinion, held on for second over the 4 Creative Cairo and the 5 Community Adjusted in between those two for fourth.
Well, Maggie, Jonathan asked you, is Sister O'Toole a sprinter? Can she handle a 1.25 miles? We got our answer.
Yeah, I mean, she hinted at that. The board hinted at that she was live here, and she certainly ran to that opinion. You know, Higher Opinion, honestly, ran better than I thought she would. I'm pretty sure she was able to secure second here, as it was kind of a blanket behind Sister O'Toole. But the Grand Motion Barn going very well heading into the end of this meet and on to Saratoga. So job well done to his team down at Fairhill and his crew, his small string that he has here at Belmont. And a very good ride, as always, by Luis Saez, just keeping her always in position, not leaving her too much to do. And that progression from the 5.5 to the 1.16 onto the 1.25 is just kind of what you want to see. So hats off to Grand Motion.
5th choice on the board at 9-2. Sister O'Toole at 9-2 wants to go around again, it looks like.
Boy, she's still a handful after running a strong 1.25 miles. And I tell you, as a former rider, when you got one that's just like pulling like that coming back and you can't slow them down before you crush from the turf to the dirt, it's a little bit disconcerting because it's a little bit of a drop there and you're expecting them to stumble and get up, but she seemed to handle it fine. Maybe she goes over jumps someday.
She is full of run right now. 2.845 here in the 7th at Belmont. Again, 9-2 on Sister O'Toole. Grand Motion, Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners, and Luis Saez with the victory. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back more ahead, including a preview of the Diana on opening weekend at Saratoga. It was Godolphin stealing the show in the Just a Game on Belmont Stakes Day, running 1-2 with Althika and Summer Romance. They're looking to return and do more damage at Saratoga. Stay with us.
Well done. Audible let loose on the outside to take the lead. Audible by 3. Hofberg can't get him. Audible, no doubt about it. Audible on the inside turns away the challenge of Free Drop Billy. No confrontation at all. It's Audible to win the Holy Bull with style.
Audible on the outside races to the lead. Audible wins by 2.5.
My dad loves the lottery. Growing up, he was always playing, so I had the idea to create an app that lets you play the lottery on your phone.
I think that was my idea.
It's called Jackpocket. It's like having a jackpot in your pocket.
I came up with that too.
Jackpocket allows you to play official lottery games on your phone. Just choose your game and pick your numbers.
I wasn't sold until I saw the actual ticket on my phone.
Was that your idea too, Dad?
Don't be a wise guy.
Go to jackpocket.com to get your first ticket free.
Thanks for sticking with us here on America's Day at the Races here on FS2. Well, we just saw race number 7, 1.25 miles on the turf course. And who better than to train a winner than Grand Motion, and ridden to victory, Sister O'Toole by Louis Saez. And Louis, first let's talk about this filly and how she's now successfully stretched out to 1.25 miles. Looked as though you had her in a good position, kind of stalking a bit and gradually moving up through the race. Is that kind of a ideal situation going this distance?
Oh yes, definitely. She's a little bit run off, a little bit strong. The kid was trying to break and put him behind horses. She relaxed perfect when she came to the top of the stretch. She gave me that kick we was asking, and well, she win the race. That was an exciting race.
She looked as though she could run again, coming back. You said she was tough, but she didn't have anybody in front of her. She was running off back here to the winner's circle.
Oh yeah, she had a lot of ability, and she was feeling pretty well. And yeah, when we come back, she was a little bit run off. I thought we had to call the all-righter, but we get her. We get her right there, so she was okay.
She like jumped off the gap too. It's quite impressive and very athletic of both of you. But coming up next in the Dwyer, you do ride the younger brother to Mystic Guide, a horse that you do have a lot of experience with, but first time climbing aboard Gershwin. What are you looking for with this horse as he does come off the back of a win?
Yes, he's that kind of horse. He was a one-run horse, and I've always been following this horse. I see when he run last time, and I don't know, I like him. He looked like Mystic Guide, so it's familiar, you know, and I'm so excited to be on today.
Well, let's hope you have the same magic with him as you have with Mystic Guide. Best of luck in the next, Louis. And congratulations here with Sister O'Toole.
Thank you so much, Maggie.
All right, well, let Louis run as he has to get ready for our featured event here, Greg. It is the Dwyer. And it's a short field, but a field that possesses a bit of quality and horses that could hold the keys to the latter half of this 3-year-old season.
Yeah, and Maggie brought up Mystic Guide, of course, the Dubai World Cup winner, who I think most would agree lost nothing in defeat in that Suburban when he was upset by Max Player, Gershwin, the half-brother to that horse.
Yeah, Mystic Guide ran extremely well in the Suburban, was in tight around the turn, exchanged some body contact with Moretti, and was very, very game. And let's give Max Player his due. He took a step forward, a horse that's always hinted at that breakout performance. I think we saw it in the Suburban.
Couple of double-digit numbers in here that's going to make this pick 5 be very enticing here. Sister O'Toole, $11.40 again, 5th choice on the board in that compact field. We'll see what happens here at the Dwyer. So Saez, he'll be on that half-brother to Mystic Guide Gershwin, but this race is all about the horse next door in post 2. First Captain, who's that $1.5 million son of 2-time Horse of the Year, Curlin. He's undefeated coming in, lightly raced 2 for 2 for Hall of Famer Shug McGahee and West Point Thoroughbreds. And, you know, he got headed in that last start against an older horse, re-rallied to come and beat that one.
Well, that's where he showed his courage, his tenacity. That's the, thing you can't define in a horse until you see it. First Captain showed that he'll fight for it. So now you have a horse with ability, obviously a beautiful horse to bring that kind of money at the sale. Impeccably bred by Bobby Flay. I'm reluctant to say celebrity chef Bobby Flay. I think a great chef who became a celebrity, because I think that belittles his ability in the kitchen by just saying celebrity chef. But now, well, how about we say celebrity breeder? Bobby Flay, his breeding program obviously flourishing.
Became a celebrity because he is such one of the great chefs.
and his charisma. He's got a dynamic personality, charisma, and he's got a great ability to communicate.
No question. Well, this race, we could see some major players in that 3-year-old picture if First Captain steps up for one huge. Shug McGahee's used this race with Code of Honor most recently to get to the Travers. Here's a look at what's ahead at Saratoga. Opening weekend, July 15th is opening day. Quick call Schuylerville for 2-year-old fillies on that program. And then the Grade 1 Diana. That will be on Fox. 5:30 Eastern start time on July 17th. And a couple of fillies pointing to that spot, sticking around here in the States after their success on Belmont Stakes Day in the Just a Game. For Godolphin and Charlie Appleby, the 1-2 finishers from that race, Althika and Summer Romance.
And she's just out stretching her legs. Look at her ears straight up. She's just enjoying her time out on the Belmont turf course, galloping along. I mean, she doesn't look like she's going very fast. She's lingering on her left lead. She's going to change late, and it's a good illustration for people. Keep an eye on her front left leg. She's going to eventually, right in here someplace, eventually right there. You see how she switched her weight, and now she's leading with her right front leg. That's a great illustration for people who, you know, to define when a horse changes leads. Hit her best stride at the wire, but this looked like just a maintenance kind of move. They weren't looking for anything fancy. She was just basically out there for an open gallop.
She turned the tables on her stablemate Summer Romance, who had beat her the start before at 1 1/8 miles. Won that just a game, of course, at 1 mile. Meanwhile, the filly who was favored in the race, a European import for Chad Brown, who was coming off a 2 other than allowance win at Keeneland. She wound up 5th in the just a game. Yeah, and Lemista, grade 2 winner in Ireland. Irad Ortiz Jr. aboard for this workout. Riders do come out, get familiar with their mounts. And he just allowed her to cruise up next to her stablemate, and they finished up well together. And in sharp contrast to the gallop out of Althika, these two really galloped out. They were covering a lot more ground. They basically went out another strong 1/8 of a mile after the finish line. Well, we talk about it a lot. We love to see rivalries in the sport. We love to get these fillies, mares, whatever division it may be, competing in grade 1s and getting another shot and starting to develop some rivalries. So it's going to be fun to see all these go at each other again. Yeah, we like when they match up against each other. In this day and age, a lot of times people lose to one horse and they're looking to duck that horse, and there's other opportunities elsewhere. So they start managing a horse's career. I think for the fans and for the health of our industry, it's great when these horses meet up 3, 4, 5 times, and we can really develop that rivalry that we're talking about. Nothing better than a rivalry in any sport. Yeah, and great to see. I mean, to see these two come over for Godolphin and run here on Belmont Day and then stick around for Saratoga, that's a treat as well. So we're going to get to see them again. Absolutely. The 1-2 finishers likely from that just a game in Althika and Summer Romance back in action in the Diana, a race that again will be on Big Fox. Live coverage from opening weekend at Saratoga of the Grade 1 Diana, 5:30 Eastern Time, Saturday, July 17th on Fox. You do not want to miss it. It's going to be great. We have a good one coming up as well for 3-year-olds. Can a new shooter enter into the division as a major player? First captain, his connections, hoping that is the case with this undefeated son of Curlin, trying to go 3 for 3 to kick off his career next.
Tapit. His epic run as America's most dominant stallion continues, with more lifetime Grade 1 winners than any living stallion.
Essential quality, though, has opened up by Warcry come down to the line together. It is Tapit in the Belmont Stakes.
Creator is flying. Creator now strikes to the lead.
This is now coming to make a race of it on the outside. Unique Bella will win.
A dream maker, a breed shaper. Tapit, standing strong at Gainesway.
Resorts World Catskills, your closest casino resort experience, is so close. Stay the night and get your game on. Play live table games or thousands of slots. Resorts World Catskills.
Red, ready to go for a ride, buddy? I'm gonna miss you, Red.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation provides the best equine research to treat the horses we love.
I missed you, old boy.
Sports 2 and Valley Sports. Monday on July 4th weekend. Program brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. We have our feature up next. It's 12 minutes to post in the Grade 3 Dwyer, which very recently has been an important race, stepping stone to the Travers over the summer when Shug McGahee used this race with Code of Honor to equal a Travers victory. Now he's going to try and use it for first captain to see if he's of that quality, a 3-year-old.
Boy, he's really tipped his hand, though, that he's a special horse. To win going 7 furlongs from off the pace, come back going a mile, take on older horses in both of those starts, and fight for it, be passed, look like he's beaten, and they go, no. I'm not going to allow myself to lose. I think this horse has shown the qualities you need in a horse that's going to be a major player.
Debut, it was a win at 7 furlongs against a very talented top puncher, Mahamel, who came back and ran a 99 buyer. And then, handles the stretch out to a mile on a sloppy racetrack as well against older horse, takes the lead on him, and then this horse, first captain, re-rallies and gets the better of him.
You know what it seemed like, too? Like almost like he was idling, like he was a little bit bored with the proceedings until he got past, and then it was like, oh, wait a second, I got more work to do. Dropped his head, went on about his business. You know, his mother, America, was a very good runner. Took her a little while to, really get to that top stakes level, but she was a mare that wanted to go long, and he's gone a mile successfully. He'll go a mile again. I think he'll relish 2 turns just like his dam did.
Well, Shug McGahee, trainer of first captain, he originally wanted to wait and run at Saratoga in the Curlin on July 30th, but he said this horse, the way he came out of his last race, watching him in his stall, he's just become a different horse, a lot more aggressive, and then he's ready to go. He's 2 to 5 on the board. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
Well, first captain, he is much a horse to beat, and I've liked him now in 3 career starts. So let's talk about some of the other shooters in here, including the half-brother to Mystic Guide, looking to possibly avenge his half-brother's defeat a few days ago in the Grade 2 Suburban here with this Grade 3 Dwyer start. But Gershwin, this is the first time in a long time that he has been on a fast main track. Seems as though they've been trying to get him on the turf. That hasn't happened, but really does seem to relish a wet track. But that being said, he does not present himself as a proverbial wet track horse that has the more affinity for it than a fast track. He looks very versatile here. I like the fact they keep him at a mile. He's actually a bit more broad and compact and not quite as long and stretchy as his half-brother. That does come with a distorted humor influence, but he was a little, I don't want to say obstreperous because he wasn't. He was a little revved up, getting the tack on, but he's not doing too much. He's actually fairly relaxed, relative to how his brother was as a 3-year-old. He seems a bit more of the laid-back type. I like the 1-turn mile for him. I think it suits him well. He makes an excellent impression here in the paddock. As number 4, that's Riding with Biden, comes in from Parks. And watching this horse who has, yes, he does have the 1 race around a 1-turn mile in which he did stumble at the start, but he is one that since going to Parks and running around 2 turns has been successful. He goes back to the 1 turn here, as we do see number 3 Civil War, a long shot, acting up pretty badly before the rider gets on, but back to Riding with Biden. He kind of, around the turns, kind of cocks his head to the inside. And I'm wondering that these big, rolling type of turns that we have here, expansive turns here at Belmont, might suit him well. He might appreciate running around a turn, or at least visually, a bit more than what he has at Parks. Another horse that makes a great impression, the son of Constitution. Big, strong, looks a little bit older than just a 3-year-old. So he gets a real acid test here, but he looks as though he's up for the challenge. Is number 5, Snow House. He comes in off of 2 very game efforts in Kentucky, and I love his tenacity. He is a smaller type, but that's kind of typical of the Twirling Candy line, especially with the Colts. They all seem to have this physical profile to them. I appreciate his efforts. I don't know how he necessarily stacks up with the horses that are going to be his main competition in here, though, Greg, he is taking quite a bit of money on the board. I think the fact that he's going to be forwardly placed does aid his chances.
Back-to-back wins. Thank you, Maggie, for Snow House on the main track. One of those, a race came off the turf, but the next was scheduled for the dirt. He had to battle all the way around the racetrack with Waiakina. or Wayakin, excuse me, they were thinking about running this horse. He actually scratched out a Friday night's Iowa Derby that was won by Stiletto Boy. Opts for this spot instead.
Yeah, kind of interesting. He's never faced older horses. He's facing 3-year-olds again today. That's the one thing that really impresses me about First Captain, the fact that this is the first time he's running in a race restricted to 3-year-olds.
You know, and meanwhile, you look at that win from Gershwin last time out, and yeah, it was a grade 3 win, but it was a race supposed to be on the turf. Mainly turf horses in that race, but the horse he did beat, the King Cheek, that's the Sir Barton winner, who was a dirt horse.
Yeah, no, I think it was a legitimate race. Now, he does have an impeccable pedigree for off-going. Music Note, his dam won the Ballerina by 7 lengths in the slop in Saratoga.
Won at 7 furlongs, all the way up to 1.25 miles, grade 1s. Music Note, the dam. And here's the half-brother to Mystic Guide coming off that victory in the slop.
Love cleverly named horses out of Music Note. Gershwin, very honest, consistent runner. He's going to have his hands full with the dude to his right.
The dude to his right is this guy, the undefeated First Captain. 1.5 mil they spent on him. Son of Curlin, who's 2 for 2.
Yeah, this is First Captain's been running against older horses, is undefeated, has shown tenacity. And now this is like, all right, he played in the pros. Now he gets sent down to Hartford. He's going to play with the up-and-comers.
23-1 on Civil War. Tom Albertrani. He was just second to Stage Raider last time out.
Tom Albertrani's barn's come to life. A win yesterday with Fire. This is a nice horse. He's going to have to find a race we haven't seen yet, though.
Stage Raider that have to justify, but that race not as impressive as many would have liked from him. Riding with Biden. It's become a different horse since he got away from Gulfstream. He's sort of losing his cool there. They've tried to get him to settle down, and it's paid dividends for him.
Well, all 3 of his races at Parks over in Philadelphia were good. He looks good on the racetrack. Again, though, he's going to have to find more to handle First Captain.
And look, Brad Cox obviously has some very top 3-year-olds. Mandaloun, your Belmont winner, Sancho Quality, but this horse starting to improve and looking for 3 wins in a row now.
Well, and that's what you want to see, a horse that's continually improving. He's gotten better with every run, and he'll need to take another step forward, but who's to say he can't? He's improved markedly with each effort.
5-2, now 3-1. He's the second choice on the board. You can play this grade 3 Dwyer and all the action we bring you every time we're on with Now Our Bets. Go to the website, nowourbets.com, download the app. New members, use that promo code, MATCH200. There it is. And earn that 100% deposit match of up to $200 at sign up and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. So most believe this is going to be a coronation for First Captain, but we shall see. We've seen some big upsets this week. We saw Mystic Guide defeated in the Suburban.
Yep.
We saw Firenze Fire defeated yesterday in the John Nehrude. Here's Snowhouse, who, again, he had to battle throughout the entire way in this race with Wayakin. He was prevailed in the end for the victory at Churchill Downs.
Yeah, but you know what? He was 8-1 this day off of his maiden win, and he found more. And he also showed the ability to fight, tenacity. You know, a lot of horses have ability, Greg. It's that they stop themselves or they just don't have the desire at crunch time. When a horse has ability and they have desire, it's like an athlete. Give me the athlete that maybe isn't quite as talented as the other guy, but will overcome adversity and fight for it, want it more. I want the guy on my team that is going to dig deeper when the going gets tough. And that's what this colt showed last time, and certainly First Captain showed in his second start, his last start.
Yeah, glad you brought that up, because certainly the 2-5 favorite, he showed that as well in that performance in the slot that we showed you when he re-rallied on Hometown. Let's go back to Jonathan. Your thoughts here, JK, on the grade 3 Dwyer.
Yeah, look, First Captain feels like the horse that's going to win this race for a couple of reasons. You know, Richie mentioned that this horse is going to finally get in with restricted company. But one of the other things that I've noticed is that Shug McGaughey in his career is 10% with first-time starters. So when a horse wins first out for Shug, typically grabs my attention. If I'm not mistaken, Code of Honor was one of those horses that either won or ran extremely well first out. But nonetheless, when a horse runs well for a trainer that doesn't particularly excel in that arena, it gives me an idea about talent. Shug is 16% in his career with horses second time start in their careers. This horse won in that situation as well against older horses. Now you're going to kind of see this horse grow up into the program of a patient Shug McGaughey, and I expect him to take another step forward. From a speed figure standpoint, no one's even close to First Captain except for Snowhouse. And still, even though Snowhouse is close, he's still not quite there. And the best part about it is the First Captain's done it twice. Now, look, I can keep going on and on about this 2-5 shot. Can't lose because I did the same thing yesterday and got Firenze Fire beat. I think First Captain is going to be extremely hard to beat. And I think if anyone's going to beat him, it's Snowhouse. And do you really want 5-2 on Snowhouse when I think it's pretty clear that the other horse is better? I'll take the 2-5. I'll play a double, or I'll keep hoping that my pick 6 is still alive. But what I really want to know is, Maggie, does this horse look like $1.5 million?
Well, JK, I actually remember him selling for that $1.5 million 2 years ago up at Saratoga. Well, if you know the Saratoga Fasig-Tipton sale, then you know that it's a scene, and a scene to be seen at with the big sellers going. And yes, he does, because he's incredibly well put together, very balanced, really athletic too. So yes, I like him here. I like the fact that Jose took him away from the pony, got his legs underneath of him. He's a very classy horse that has that amount of intensity and focus now in his second and third starts that he didn't necessarily possess first time out, but still got the job done. It was like the light bulb went off literally in the middle of the running of that race, and it's been fun to kind of watch him progress in his brief career so far. I'm actually going to take a little stab against him purely because this is a weird reason to take a stab against him, but the one Gershwin and First Captain were walking, next to each other basically as they go around the walking ring, and Gershwin towered over him. He's a much bigger, powerful animal. So, I don't know. I'm taking a shot here with a horse that's at 6-1, but I do think First Captain is your likeliest winner. Snowhouse, he does have that early speed. He likes to get in a dogfight. He wanted to get in a fight with Joel Rosario. He was being a little bit naughty out on the racetrack after Joel gave him a big warm-up. So I do think this horse is sharp. He's going to be on the engine. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thank you. And again, if you say, well, he's unbeatable, First Captain, maybe try and play underneath. That 2-5 exactly coming back $2 for $1. Maybe that's the way to go. But First Captain looks like he's going to be tough in this spot. Trying to remain perfect, potentially move on to the Travers this summer, maybe the Jim Dandy next. We'll see if he can stay undefeated for Shug McGaughey. Here's the Great 3 Dwyer. Let's go upstairs to John Imbrial.
And they're off in the 103rd running of the Dwyer Stakes. Riding with Biden is sent out for the early lead and quickly opens up by 3 lengths. Gershwin is down at the rail, and on the outside is Snowhouse. It's another 2 lengths back to First Captain, and on his outside is Civil War. The 3-year-olds move up the Belmont backstretch. Riding with Biden leads by 2. Gershwin is second by a neck through a quarter in 23 and 2/5 seconds. Snowhouse in third. Another length and a half to the odds-on favorite, First Captain, who sits in fourth, 5 lengths from the lead. And then Civil War. It is Riding with Biden in front. The lead is a length over Gershwin. Riding with Biden taking the field around the far turn, the half in 46 and 3. Gershwin tracking in second, and on the outside is Snowhouse next in third. First Captain is down at the rail, and then big long shot Civil War. Still Riding with Biden, the one to catch as they come for the head of the stretch. On the outside is Snowhouse, second by a head. And now First Captain makes a move on the extreme outside. Gershwin is down towards the inside. 3/4 winning 1:11. It is Riding with Biden. On the outside is First Captain, and then Snowhouse in third. Riding with Biden trying to pull off the upset. Here's First Captain now moving right alongside, and First Captain has taken the lead with a 16th to the finish. It's First Captain in front, and he will remain undefeated. The Curlin Colt is now 3 for 3. Ran the mile in 1 minute, 36 seconds.
All right, Ryan Ortiz Jr. trying to make sure his brother had to work for this one, going out to the front, Riding with Biden on the front end in the end. There's your winning connections. West Point, Terry Finley, First Captain, Jose Ortiz get the job done, now 3 for 3.
And I think showed even another dimension, being a little bit further back, having to work his way through that kickback, work his way to the outside, and came with that relentless run. Jose Ortiz found himself, I think, a little further back than maybe he anticipated. I thought he broke clean enough, Greg. I don't think he had much excuses at the break, but angled him out to the clear. And once you could see, he's going to get over to his right lead right in here. And he kind of panned out. Now, his brother's riding hard. He's going to come out to him. Almost bothered Snowhouse in between them. Kind of, you'll see Irad take a look. Like, whoa, did I get you? It was a little late if you did. But First Captain keeps his record perfect with another professional effort. Again, makes you feel like he'll continue to progress as they go further.
3 for 3 now. Jose Ortiz been on board for all 3 of those performances. A win at 7A. So there's Shug McGaughey, the Hall of Famer. Kind of liked what he saw here in this performance as that record, Maggie, stays perfect.
He's impressive. He's incredibly talented. He still has a long way to go to get to redeeming that $1.5 million, but at least at this rate, with a rated stakes, only in his 3rd career start, he'll probably recoup it if worse comes to worse, as a stallion possibly. But let's give a little love to the runner-up here, riding with Biden and his rider, Irad Ortiz, who really kind of seized the bull by the horns and put this horse on the front end out of the gate. And it was kind of fun to watch him because Irad got him out there, then he took his hands back, put him on his withers, and this horse just kind of, as I like to say, tanked around there, kind of on the bit, just brum, 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 brum. Those are the ones, like, I wish I was a jockey at sometimes just to feel that, because just traveling into the bit as he did. And turning for home, it was quite evident that Irad still had a lot of horse left. So a big performance from this Butch Reed trainee to finish 2nd to the ultra talented First Captain, guys.
So, we're going to look at this race again, obviously, because it's a big step up what Connections, I would think, want next for him. But do you think he's ready for that type of a challenge?
Well, I think he's certainly ready to take the next step up to the next level. He's lightly raced. He's answered every question. He's done it in completely varying ways, and that's what good horses do. They find ways to win. They don't find excuses. I mean, riding with Biden almost stole the race, being out on the front end, and here comes First Captain with that relentless run. And you look at the way he runs. America was by AP Indy. And he has more of an AP Indy type stride. You could see that head out and down and that long reach. And we talk about Bobby Fay having bred this horse. He also bred the mother, America. So this is deep into his breeding program.
Yeah, she was a grade 3 winner. July 31st, that Jim Dandy, you think maybe that a little too quick to come back out of this performance? Maybe try and go straight to the Travers?
It might be a little quick. I don't know if he can fit that in before the Travers, if that's even their intention.
We'll try and hear from Connections and see what their thoughts are. First Captain remains perfect, and we may have a new shooter in the 3-year-old division. We'll be back.
Come and get Army Mule, who's pulling away by 5 and finishing fast. Army Mule, ultra impressive in the Cartery full home. Won it by 6.
A 10, top 20 here. We could hold on the done. 221, 210,000.
Need help in finalizing your picks for the next race? Check out the Track Master selections provided by Equibase on every U.S. thoroughbred and harness track on Naira Bets. Use these selections to get quick expert advice from professionals in the business. Check out the thumbs up graphic next to the pick and the wager pad and scroll down for more details on the horse. Track Master selections available on Naira Bets and the Naira Bets app. Back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2 and Valley Sports Southern California. Program brought to you where you can play all the races at NYRA Bets. Go to NYRABets.com or download the app to get involved. He is undefeated, 3 for 3, first captain, showing a bit of a new dimension in this performance, running down the speedster, riding with Biden for the win, and we'll wait and see what is next for this talented son of Curlin. So, first captain, $2.80. Everyone expected him to get the job done in here.
Yeah.
Not easy, though. A horse who was out in front on the lead, going pretty comfortably and riding with Biden.
No, but, you know, he did find himself in a little different position, kind of a little further back, bottled up. And I just like the fact that he has shown such varying styles. He's got that versatility. He can be up close. He can come from off the pace. He can take the kickback. And you saw once he got to the clear, his stride kind of leveled off. And you knew it was a matter of time before he wore down the 4 riding with Biden.
You never know until they do it, but now 2 wins at a mile. But you would think with that pedigree, going longer might even be better for him.
And the way he galloped out, he still had his legs up underneath him.
Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
Yeah, here with trainer Shug McGaughey and first captain remaining undefeated. Shug, I remember talking to you, I think after his first victory, first time out, and your thoughts and you said that he's just done everything right. But it was funny watching that first race. It seemed as though the light bulb kind of went off in the middle of it. Now he just knows how to beat a racehorse.
I think you're right. You know, I think it's still a project. You know, I think, you know, he lost his whole 2-year-old year, and that's a good learning experience for him then. I really liked his race today. You know, I mean, he was back maybe a little farther than I thought he'd be, picked up his horses. He kind of showed me today that, you know, the farther the better. And I really hadn't gotten to that point yet. If this race hadn't come up the way it did, I would have probably I was planning on running him into Curlin 2 turns. You know, now I'll have to figure it out from there. You know, we'd like to get to the Travers, but, you know, we're not going to do anything stupid either.
So you think if you do make it to this Travers, it will be with a race in between?
I would like for that to happen. Now, Colt of Honor won the Dwyer, and then he won the Travers, but he had already run, you know, they'd run in the Derby. So, you know, this horse, I think race is going to help him, you know.
Has he hinted to you, though, in his training that he could be able to take that next step forward and go around the 2 turns, go the 1 1/8, 1 1/4?
He showed me today more than I've ever seen it. You know, I was a little bit, when he ran the last time, it was a funny race. As you say, the first race was kind of funny, too. But today, I thought, you know, he took the dirt good, and he finished up good. And, you know, I don't think he was real hard-ridden to do what he was doing. He said, you know, and he was kind of just steady. And so, like I was saying, I think after I watched him run today that he sort of said, you know, the farther the better. So we'll try 2 turns and see if he takes us along.
He is exciting, that's for sure. I know that big purchase price, I always feel a little bit of a pressure, but he is paying it off on the racetrack. Congrats, Shug.
Thanks. Well, the big purchase price today took a little of that off the table, winning the greatest stake as a 3-year-old. So
that will do it. Well, enjoy this win, West Point and Sienna Farm.
All right, Maggie, thank you.
All right, guys. Well, first captain, he ran just as fast as he has in his 2 previous efforts, picking up his first graded stake. He is quickly rising to the top, Greg.
Well, they do want to get a start before that Travers. The Travers is August 28th, working backwards. The Jim Dandy, the prep for that would be 26 days from now, July 31st.
Yeah, and listen, Shug's not going to ask him to do anything he doesn't think he's ready to do. And Shug McGaughey's a Hall of Famer for that reason. It feels like it could be a tight fit. I mean, this horse seems to be thriving on racing right now, but sometimes when you're trying to squeeze in that schedule, you got to let it happen a little more organically. Again, if he's in those races, it's because he's shown Shug McGaughey he's training well enough and he belongs in them. He's not going there just because he wants to be a part of the event.
Yeah. And comes out of this race and it didn't take a lot out of him.
Well, I'm sure. And listen, you want it to take something out of him because you want it to be a building block. Every race has to be a stepping stone to the next one because they're just going to continue to get a bit tougher and a bit tougher.
And we'll see what happens. Could be an exciting 3-year-old to see down the road here, potentially at the biggest race of the meet on Travers Day. Let's take a look at this pick 5. Now you have one that just about everybody singled in first captain in here, but you still had some fairly tough ones to come up with, but 2 odds-on favorites with 1 leg remaining in the sequence.
Yeah, and another tough leg in this sequence, I thought. I mean, I was handicapping this race, and I couldn't really come up with one. This is one I really got to look at these horses on the track before I make my decision. That doesn't help you in multi-race wagers.
No, it does not. We'll get a look at the field, though, if you want to play it just to win or whatever kind of wagers you want to make individually on the race. See if that can help us out a little bit with our Paddock Report post-parade coming up as we take a look at the closing weekend stakes schedule here at Belmont. The Belmont Derby and Oaks, the big ones out there in that Turf Triple Series. And a look at the probables for the Belmont Derby at 1.25 miles on the turf next Saturday, in addition to several Sainthood looking to line up in here for Todd Pletcher, who's looking to get on the turf for the first time.
Yeah, and this horse, they were trying to get him on the turf, and it rained off, and you know, he ran well, but this is what they've been trying to get him to do all along. And he's ran so well on synthetic. Now, synthetic's not grass, but I think you can use that as a barometer. And the other thing is they've had this horse out on the turf course, and I always find that when the horse has been on the turf course, a trainer like Todd Pletcher, unless he feels like it's going to move them forward, that they're going to respond well to it, he'd say, okay, we tried him in the morning, you didn't wow me. The fact that he's continued to press on, especially after winning the off-the-turf Pennine Ridge, I think gives me a big vote of confidence with him.
Little international flair there, too, with Aidan O'Brien bringing a runner and Derby Italiano winner lining up for that one as well. Meanwhile, De Jour now with Bill Mott coming off that Grade 2 American Turf win. This horse has reeled off 3 consecutive victories on the grass.
Yeah, and this day he was having to wait for room. He found the room, and he came through with that run that you like to see. Bob Baffert trained him at this point, not noted for you know, his prowess with turf runners as much as dirt runners, and now he moves to Bill Mott. And listen, this horse is in raging form, and he's never run a bad race.
Turf Triple Series for the boys, that Belmont Derby next Saturday. Then it's the Saratoga Derby August 7th. Concludes with the Jockey Club Derby September the 18th. All of these races worth $1 million each.
Be good to be a jockey now.
Belmont Oaks for the 3-year-old fillies. You can make a pretty penny riding today, couldn't you?
I remember when I won a $7,500 purse here at Belmont Park. Could you imagine a $7,500?
Did you think it was life-changing?
No, I was thrilled to win it. You know, couldn't have been happier. It was a big deal. Maidens ran for 17, straight maidens. An A other than was a $23,000 purse. A 2 other than was 24, and then it started getting big. 3 other thans were $26,000 pots. Then you were talking big money.
Times have changed a little bit. With the Belmont Oaks for the 3-year-old fillies, Conalima for Todd Pletcher, certainly going to be one of, if not the filly to beat in that race. 5-time winner from 6 starts on the turf. And in the Wonder again, escaped at 8-1 in here, besting Plum Ali.
Yeah, Plum Ali, you know, had a lot to do and rallied well, but Conalima was always in good position, was able to come out into the stretch, saving the ground. Flavien Prat gave this filly a wonderful ride. I tell you what, watching Flavien Prat ride day in and day out, like we got the privilege of seeing him here over this past weekend, he's impressive, and you can see why he's dominated in California.
I think there's a few trainers that would love to see him shift his tack out here to the East Coast. Here's Plum Ali, so runner-up finish in that Wonder again. Worked 4 furlongs this morning at Belmont.
Yeah, and she jumped off a few lengths behind her workmate. You could see her kind of cruising up in behind, going to ease out from behind her workmate. They'll tend to work horses directly in behind another horse, Greg, to keep them switched off. They don't have all that, you know, empty space. They don't have all that daylight where they'll jump on the bridle. She's jumping leads a little bit, acting a little bit green, but in hand, rider just allowing her to do enough to finish up with her workmate. But she did spot her a few lengths, and Plum Ali has grown up a lot from last summer. I'm seeing a much bigger, stronger filly. I really am impressed with her physical development.
For Clement, owned by Michael Dubb, Matacat, daughter of First Samurai. It's going to be her 3rd start of her 3-year-old campaign coming up. Gam's Mission took a big step forward in that Grade 3 regret. That's a race we showed you on the program from Churchill. Getting the better of Spanish Love Affair for Cherie DeVoe. In this filly, Gam's Mission has now reeled off 3 consecutive wins.
Yeah, and anytime horses can put back-to-back-to-back efforts like this, it speaks volumes about their ability, because they're continually stepping up in company, facing better horses. And I just love her tenacity. I mean, she wants to win. She does not want to lose. I mean, you could see she's won by a neck, 3/4 of a length. Relentless finish on her. She should handle the distance of the Belmont Oaks very well.
Look at the Turf Triple Phillies Series. So next Saturday, that Oaks, Saratoga Oaks, August the 8th, and Jockey Club Oaks, $700,000 purse for each of them. Going to provide some intriguing turf racing all summer long. We're going to close things out on the turf coming up on the Widener Turf 6 furlong sprint, 40,000 claiming race. Only maiden victories on the resume for everybody in here. It's non-winners at 2 lifetime. Day's Humor, John Kimmel, Irad Ortiz. The one to beat right now, the 2-1 favorite. We'll be back.
An undefeated graded stakes winner on the track, Algorithms, has sired over 70% winners from starters. His top runners include Pennsylvania Derby winner Math Wizard, graded stakes winner Recruiting Ready, juvenile stakes winner and multiple graded stakes placed South Bend, and these recent stakes winners and stakes performers.
To get there, but Kanani will win it.
Algorithms, standing at Claiborne Farm.
This season, make Friday nights Monmouth Park nights. Live racing starts at 5 p.m. every Friday, featuring big fields and 6-figure pools. Unwind from a long week and kick your weekend off early. Take advantage of ample opportunities to pad your weekend bankroll. Fridays start at 5 at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Definitely be looking at Always Dreaming yearlings. Florida Derby's always been a key stallion-making race. Constitution, Scat Daddy, Quality Road.
The 2017 Florida Derby to Always Dreaming.
I see a lot of similarities in Constitution and Always Dreaming. They're a little more angular, aerodynamic, and athletic than some of the other stallions by those sire lines. Always Dreaming offers that athleticism, and I think he can reproduce that into his babies.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program because New York Reds start with an advantage. New York Reds run for serious green at Belmont and Saratoga. New York bred maidens run for up to $75,000 and allowance horses for up to $85,000. And serious New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race in open company. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Back on America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 2 and Bally Sports, Southern California. Program brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. We have the nightcap next here on this Monday card in Elmont, New York. It's a sprint on the turf, 40,000 non-winners of 2 lifetime condition. And that's proper grammar, the 8. The second choice on the board right now, Christophe Clement, Joel Rosario, looking to add another one. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll get to her in a moment, Greg, as we'll start, though, on the inside with the one, Cartucci, who comes in from out of town and returns to the turf for only her 3rd try. And her previous 2 tries came around 2 turns, and she set the pace in those races and subsequently tired. I do think she's well suited to sprint distances. I don't know how well suited she is to the turf. Yes, she ran figures that make her a player here. She's just very upright in those pasterns, has those smaller feet. But then again, since the course is labeled as good and those 2 efforts did come on courses labeled the same, maybe she is one that will like it. But I just don't know dynamically how things set up for her. The overall perspective, love what I'm seeing as she comes in here for John Service. Moving on to number 6, Jade's Jelly. 1 for 12 lifetime. The number did not come back very quickly last time out, but I do think she did most of the dirty work that day and really kind of hung around gamely. She comes back in here. She's very sharp as she sometimes is. I like her this way. I don't like when she's really quiet. I think it's better when she's kind of keyed up and on the muscle. Physically I've always liked her, and she looks much the same here, second off the claim for Karl Broberg. So Jay's Jelly, I think, deserves a look, as the least exposed horse in here is number 8, Proper Grammar. Theoretically, she gets back to exactly what the conditions were for her first time out. Maiden 40, yes, with New York breds, but going the 6 over a course with some give in it. If anything, she's gotten stronger out of that race, especially across her hind end. So I know she didn't run well in that New York Stallions race, but I think a little less ground is going to help her, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Our post-parade coming up shortly here as we get a look at Manny Franco chasing the Ortiz brothers. Not out of it yet with final week remaining. 3 more racing days next Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
No, he's still in it. We saw Eric Cancel pull a rabbit out of the hat to win the Aqueduct Spring Meet with a 6-win day.
That was incredible.
Incredible job by him and his agent, PJ Campo, to get him on that many live horses, to just put him in a position to get there, but then to actually deliver with 6 wins, just phenomenal feat.
Contentious field coming up in this nightcap here at Belmont. But the favorite remains the Mount of Irad Ortiz Jr., the meet's leading rider, who will talk about the race, the turf debut from that horse last time out. There's some issues with that performance, trying to close on the front end and could not seal the deal. If you want to bet this race, you can do it with Naira Bets, of course. You can head to the website at nairabets.com, download the app. That's the promo code to use at sign up, match 200. And bet all the action that we bring you here on the program and that we'll be bringing you all summer long on Saratoga Live. So Days Humor finally got on the turf last time out, Mig. Sent to the front with a great speed rider in the irons and Kendrick Carmouche, who takes advantage of that speed. Had a 3-length lead, 2.5-length lead into the stretch, and then gets run down.
And set, I thought, fairly controlled fractions. Although the turf wasn't labeled firm, it was labeled good. I think there's more speed in here than last time, too.
Here is Cartucci coming out of a stakes race at Parks that was taken off the turf.
And this horse has 2 decent efforts going longer on the grass, 7 furlongs a mile. She might appreciate 6 furlongs on the turf. I think she's a major player.
High School Crush at 8-1, 1 for 7 on the grass for Gary Siaka.
Yeah, did win very impressively. Her best race to date, going 6 furlongs on this Belmont Park turf course.
Dramatic Twist will get on the lawn for the first time. Blinkers on.
Out of a mare that ran twice on the turf, both sprinting with a win and a second, but has not really produced yet.
Jade's Jelly. Maggie made the case for this one. Couldn't get anything other than that maiden win for Wesley Ward. Now goes to Karl Broberg, who hasn't won here yet, but a very good trainer.
Yeah, very good trainer. A guy who wins every place else. He's winning 20% on the year with over 200 winners. But this is definitely one of the speeds in the race.
Proper Grammar. Christophe Clement won first time out and then put into a restricted stakes race. That did not go well.
Yeah, just a much tougher race. She really didn't show up. She laid up a bit closer, turns back to the 6 furlongs, though. And we've seen Joel Rosario deliver a few on the wire in these turf sprints.
And then speed outside Days Humor. That speed could not last. Got caught late by Corey Scores in that turf debut.
Speed from the outside, and it gives Irad Ortiz options. He can allow her to get into the race the right way. She's fast. She's not going to be far away. But if somebody like Jade's Jelly wants to go on a mission, at least you can stalk from the outside then.
Let's take a look at the turf debut. It was back on May 6th at Belmont over the inner turf. And it was Kendrick Carmouche in the irons in these white blinkers. Looks home free here, but not the case.
Gosh, he really did set sail for home like it was over. I will tell you what, the course was labeled good, and I don't have a recollection of this day, but when they turned for home, you could see a little bit of the divots, the turf coming up. It was a bit probably softer than good, and that couldn't have helped her cause, although she's probably getting a similar course today with all the rain we had over the weekend.
Favored again in a field that might have a little more pace in it. Jonathan.
Yeah, look, I like the line to the outside. Like Richie said, I love, first of all, I love tactical speed types in turf sprints. I think it's a huge edge. It's a big edge in all racing, but I really specifically feel that way about turf sprints. I also like the fact this horse is drawn outside with a confident and rider who's seeing the ball well. He can make all the right decisions from the outside. You don't get stuck into a jackpot in between horses. You're in the clear. You don't get stopped. You might lose a little bit of ground, but It's not a 2-turn race, only a 1-turn race. So I just feel like the 9 Days Humor is the most likely winner. The last race, I thought against Corey Scores was better than what some of these have been running against, and I like the speed figure there. There's a lot to like about this horse. The other horse I'll mention is the 8 Proper Grammar. This is a horse that won on debut for 40 for Christophe Clement, then shows up in that New York bred stakes. And I didn't really like him in that spot, in that spot, but I do like her now getting back here in the claiming ranks with some friends, and she gets the Lasix back on today, and I'm just hoping she can work out a better trip than last time.
Well, picking up where you left off, JK, with number 8 in here, Proper Grammar. I loved her in the paddock. But watching her warm up out here is kind of maybe jump off of her a little bit. She is a bit of a sassy somebody, a bit of a cow, as we would say on the backstretch. Just watching her with the pony, she wanted to get near, she wanted to throw her head up in Joelle's face. She just didn't level off and get that good kind of warm up that you'd like to see. She makes a lot of sense on paper, I get it, and physically she looks fine. It's just, I wish she would have won me over a bit more watching her out on the racetrack, whereas number 9, Days Humor, your favorite, lovely warm up, looks great, she always has, she makes sense here, though we'll see what pace scenario works out if they are aggressive with number 1, Cartucci, who we are taking a look at number Days Humor, actually. Interesting. Okay. I thought she looked okay, but I'm not on her back, and I'm not a vet. So there you go. Your current favorite is going to be a late scratch here. So I would think that would make number 8, Proper Grammar, your post-time favorite, and really aids the chances for the horse that I'm going to pick here, Greg, in Cartucci.
Yeah, I mean, drawn inside now with his speed coming out, and there's Irad Ortiz Jr. He's not going to get an opportunity here to pad that lead. As Mig mentioned, this is his last opportunity to ride at the meet. He's going to serve 3 days of suspension, so he will have a 3-race lead.
It's a tenuous lead. With
2-race lead.
2-race lead. His brother won the last race with his brother riding winners in bunches, and Manny Franco, as a matter of fact, as well. But yeah, this is another one of the protocols in place to make sure that the horses are kept as safe and the riders as safe as possible. They're examining vet at the gate. Rider doesn't like the way one's warming up, feels something amiss, goes to the vet. They scratch the horse. There'll be another day. The horse will have to go through a thorough examination.
So in terms of this race, Jade's Jelly, we saw show some speed last time out. That's not always necessarily the case with the 6. But you have Cartucci on the inside, too, who has shown speed on 2 occasions on the turf at longer distances, but now drawn inside with an aggressive Luis Saez. Does he try and take advantage?
I believe so. And knowing Louis, he's going to be aggressive anyway from the rail. That's who I liked, even with the 9 still in the race. I liked the 1. I just think that she's shown an affinity for the turf, just at distances that didn't favor her. I like her sprinting on the turf.
2-1 now on Cartucci. Continuing to click down with that late scratch of who looked to be the confirmed speed of the race, late scratch. So there's Cartucci. Luis Saez will ride for John Service. The other potential pace is that 6, Jade's Jelly, and certainly Proper Grammar with that drop in class, having one first time out, looks to be a deserving favorite in this spot.
Yeah, but I kind of agree with Maggie. I was watching her warm up, and I wasn't overwhelmed with her warm up. She just seemed a bit herky-jerky, head up in the air. Now, listen, the warm-up's not the race. She could be completely different on the turf.
So big change in this nightcap here on this money card at Belmont. Keep your eyes early on the 1 and the 6. Who can control early on? Can Proper Grammar get back in the winner's circle? Lightly race. Start number 3. Here's the nightcap. Let's go to John Imbrial for the call.
And the rough. High School Crush out for the lead. And on the inside, the gray Cartouche now moves up. Cartouche is in front. High School Crush runs in second with Jade's Jelly next in third. Then Proper Grammar in fourth and 3 lengths. Back to Dramatic Twist, who trails the field in fifth. Cartouche is in front here. Cartouche by a neck. High School Crush on the outside is running in second. The front 2 have 3 lengths on Jade's Jelly in third. Opening quarter mile 1 in 22. and 4/5 seconds. Proper Grammar is next in fourth, and for the back is Dramatic Twist, who continues to trail. A battle up front, Cartouche on the inside and High School Crush on the outside. Jade's Jelly now getting closer in third, and in behind is Proper Grammar in fourth, followed by Dramatic Twist. The half went in 46 and 4/5 seconds. Cartouche, High School Crush, Jade's Jelly on the outside. Now three of them across. Jade's Jelly on the outside now takes the lead, and Cartouche is racing in second. It is Jade's Jelly who is clear now as they come on for the finish, and Jade's Jelly will win the finale on this holiday weekend. Jade's Jelly over Cartouche and High School Crush.
Jade's Jelly with the win, actually wound up going off the 3-2 post-time favorite, and we knew this would happen eventually. Too good a trainer not to have a win at this meet. Carl Broberg, who you mentioned earlier, over 200 wins on the year, gets his first win here at Belmont.
Yeah, and a really good horseman overseeing his string here. Herberto Cedeno, everybody around the racetrack knows him as Ocala. He was a long-time assistant trainer, the Hall of Fame trainer. P.G. Johnson, Phil Johnson. Philly worked out a nice trip, got that rating trip under Eric Cancel, and just motored home under a well-judged ride there. And the one, Cartouche, ran terrific. You know, she showed the speed we expect her to do. Luis Saez gave her every opportunity. She just came up second best. Nice run off the layoff from the two, High School Crush. Gary Siaka's barn has come to life. They are all running well. If they're not winning, they're running well.
And still earning some checks as well. Checking in third. Let's keep your eyes on Jade's Jelly here, the 6 out of the gate.
Yeah, she kind of hops at the break. Look, she kind of just a little bit up in the air, but then caught herself and was going forward. Might have been a blessing in disguise. Gave Eric Cancel the opportunity to rate her a little bit, not be a part of that pace. Maybe she would have been, you know, head and head and not worked out as good a trip. Well, either way, she was best today.
Eric Cancel, Carl Broberg, second off the claim, Maggie, with a win here.
Yeah, she ran really well last time. I know it didn't come back that quick of a race, and she's run faster in the past, but a lot of times, you know, they can fall back to those numbers that they had run previously against tougher competition. She got the right kind of setup today. You know, number one, Cartouche in here. She didn't break that quick, as we did see High School Crush go to the lead early, so it may have softened those two up a bit for Jade's Jelly to pounce. And Eric Cancel has been riding this turf course, no matter if he's putting ones on the lead or coming from just off of it, very well.
And, you know, a little bit good news, too, for those that may have been singled in the pick 5 to the 9. It was that late scratch. They wind up getting this horse who wins in the pick 5.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, that's something that I don't think a lot about, but you just brought it up. Imagine you're gotten this far. You got the tough ones out of the way, and then your horse scratches and you wind up on one you don't like or doesn't perform. That's an awfully tough thing, but it worked out.
Thanks to Jade's Jelly and Eric Cancel, who contribute here at Carl Broberg, your winning connections here. Actually owns this filly as well. 4-year-old filly by Lee. Wins for the second time in just 13 starts. We'll have those payoffs in the pick 5 coming up when we return. Jade's Jelly, little hop out of the gate. Probably want to be a little more forwardly placed, but in the end did not matter. Gets to the finish line first anyway. We'll be back.
The Run Happies keep winning. What a day at Belmont Park when a pair of Run Happies crushed the competition. TDN Rising Star Following Sea delivered yet another emphatic performance, sailing down the stretch to win by 6.5 lengths. Then 2-year-old filly Happy Soul soared to victory, winning the Astoria Stakes by a whopping 11.5 lengths. Price for success of just $10,000. Call Bernie Sams and book your mare to Run Happy, standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
Nobody wants to fall into a safety net, but when adversity or hardship presents itself, it beats the alternative. Since 1943, the Jockey Club Safety Net Foundation has been serving those individuals and families in need across every facet of the thoroughbred industry. Help us continue to be the safety net and catch those most in need. Visit tjcfoundation.org to learn more.
Welcome back here to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net today. Nightcap, and in the finale, it was all about Jade's Jelly, and ridden to victory for trainer Carl Broberg, who does pick up his first victory of the meet, Eric Cancel. And Eric, we saw at the start, she actually kind of hopped up, but you sat that nice stalking trip. Is that how you saw things? Because last time we saw her battling for the lead.
Yeah, to be honest, I wanted to try to keep her as close as I could to the lead, you know, if I didn't have it. I didn't want to give her too much to do, you know. Last time she ran very well. She got run down at the end, you know, so why change the strategy, you know, when she already ran good like that. So, I mean, it changed a little bit. Like you said, when they gave the break, she hopped out of there, you know, and then I had to use her a little bit to at least get position because they opened up already on her. But, I mean, she was in the right spot, you know, so just had to try to keep a clean trip, and that was it.
Eric, when you're breaking from the gate, a lot of people may not know how you have to place your hands when braking. And so could you explain to us what you do as a rider in the gate to make sure that you obviously stay with your horse, don't get in their mouth too much, and have that clean break?
Yeah, I mean, I try to loosen up the reins a lot, you know, just to give them the break that when they break out of the gate, you know, they usually stretch out their head and their necks, you know, and if you got them a little bit too tight, they're just going to go straight up, you know. I just let my reins loose a little bit and just hang on really tight to the mains, and after 2 or 3 jumps, I let go, and then I'll just take control from the reins, you know, if everything goes the right way.
Eric, you won the Aqueduct Winter Meet title. You've been riding well here at Belmont. We're only a week away from Saratoga. How confident are you feeling heading up to the spa this year?
I mean, I'm very confident, you know. I'm trying to get everything I can out of all my horses, you know. I want to have a great meet up there, you know. I wish I could get all the opportunities I can, you know, to have the best meet I can, you know. So I'm just going with my head really far up, you know, and trying to keep on fighting, you know. My agent's doing a great job. People are giving me opportunities, and I'm trying to just take advantage of it.
Well, job well done to you. Best of luck up there, and congrats here, taking the nightcap with Jade's Jelly.
Thank you very much, Maggie.
All right, Eric Cancel continuing to ride well on either surface, but I feel as though, Greg, he's really kind of, you know, coming into this meet, has been riding the turf course better than I've ever seen him ride in years past.
What does that do for you? It was one of the most dramatic things we've seen in terms of a jockey title on a closing day, him winning 6, coming down 5 into the last day of the meet to win that meet. What does that do for your confidence going forward as a rider?
Oh, it's a phenomenal feat. Listen, being leading rider at any meet does wonders for your confidence, and it picks other people's heads up. They see that you're capable of leading the standings. But to do it in that dramatic of fashion, to deliver a 6-win day and some flawless rides to get it done under pressure, you want to win. That is something that really elevates you yourself internally, confidence-wise, but also for other people. Say, man, a guy not only became leading rider with a 6-win day, it was just a phenomenal thing. Years ago, George Velasquez did that at Hialeah, and they actually gave the other rider the leading rider trophy, and they used to give a gift as well, and they gave him a TV and all this stuff. And mathematically, they said, well, the best you could do is tie if George Velasquez wins everything. Well, somebody took off the last race. George won everything, tied him, and then and picked up the horse in the last race and won and beat him 1 winner. The guy had to return the trophy and the TV.
That is discouraging.
But Georgie could do that.
It is never over till it's over. And Eric Cancel provided another example of that at that Aqueduct meet when he took his first riding title here in the state of New York. That's going to get him some opportunities, you would think, down at Saratoga this summer as well. Right now, as we end this Sunday program, so Irad Ortiz, his meet is done. 57 wins, he's atop the standings, but 3 days remain with Jose Ortiz and Manny Franco a chance to catch him.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tenuous lead. Listen, Irad lost over 2 weeks of riding from that accident he had right before Belmont Stakes weekend. His brother won on a bunch of his. Irad would have this thing sewn up and put away if he hadn't been injured early in the meet. He didn't want this suspension hanging over his head 3 days. Get it out of the way, go to Saratoga clear-headed, and particularly with the Gaming Commission coming down with this new ruling that riders are going to have to serve those days through the same time frame, not when it's convenient around Christmas time, the way I used to do it, the way a lot of guys used to do it. So I think he just didn't want to take a chance. Jose's riding great. And at least it'll be all in the family. And even Manny wins it. They're all so close. And Manny, another graduate of the jockey school in Puerto Rico. Tremendous young talent here at Belmont Park.
Well, that young man right there, tremendous rider. But it's Jose Ortiz, who it looks like he's the odds-on favorite to win this title right now.
Absolutely, but Manny's still in this.
He is.
Manny's only 5 away from Jose. Manny gets hot and goes on a tear. He could pull off what Eric did at Aqueduct in the spring.
Have to get pretty hot, but it can certainly be done. And he'll have plenty of opportunities, especially, too, with Irad not being able to ride what he's usually on favorites. So there's going to be some open mounts.
Well, they're going to pick up mounts, certainly Manny and Jose, and it trickles down. Other guys get opportunities as well.
All right, so it's going to be fun to watch these final 3 days just in terms of that jockey title and how it plays out. But, of course, going to set us up as well for our trip upstate to Saratoga. But we got some good ones before we finish up here. That Belmont Derby, Ann Oaks in that Turf Triple Series. Got the Victory Ride on Saturday for you as well. And then closing day is already here next Sunday with that River Memories. And then it is taking that trip upstate to Saratoga. We'll be there all summer long with Saratoga Live.
200 miles north, right on Union Avenue, back 100 years.
I love that quote. We're back next Friday, 1 Eastern start time on Fox Sports 2 in the Grand Couturier. It was Gouffeau, a little erratic in the stretch. Not sure if that equipment change helped much at all, but he got it done. Clement Rosario teaming up with Gouffeau back in the winner's circle and in the Dwyer. First captain, that $1.5 million son of Curlin, remains perfect. Will we see him in the Travers this summer? We'll find out soon enough.
All right, everybody, we really need to drive excitement for our racing fans this season. What are we going to do?
What about pick 5?
Might have some.
You realize we already have a pick 5.
Good idea. What else?